Good morning. I asked the members of the Public Safety Committee to come into the chambers. We will be starting the hearing.
Excuse me. I would like to request that we be able to give public comment before this starts. We have 4 people, and they have taken off work, and the way this is organized literally means people have no idea when they get to speak, and it is not conducive to open government. So I'm going to respectfully make that request, please.
Out of respect to you, Susan, we will allow them that they each get 3 minutes. But as you know, we set this agenda and we try to be as accommodating as we can to everybody. So it is never meant to quell any public comment. We've always allowed people to speak. So yes, before the hearing, at this time, we will provide them with an opportunity, 3 minutes each. Thank you. All right. At this time, I will call the Public Safety Committee to order, and I will ask Legislator Drucker to lead us in the pledge. I ask that everybody please remain standing so we could take a moment of silence for Israel and the situation that's happening over there. All right, thank you. We just want to put on record that that our thoughts and prayers are for Israel and all those who were killed in this attack. Let us pray that all hostages are returned safely. And of course, we are concerned for our fellow Americans who are also held captive as well. So let us pray that someday soon that there will be peace and order will be restored back in the Mideast. Howard, did you want to say? No? Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. And as promised, we are going to go out of order. I'm sorry for Andy that we're going to not keep you first, all right? So we will give an opportunity for the speakers who have submitted forms to come up before the hearings, and provide us with your public comments. Ola Fleischer.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Arlo Fleischer. I'm here to talk about, we're here today because we're releasing, Long Island United is releasing a report monitoring police reform in Nassau County. And I'm here to talk about the failure of Nassau County Police Department to execute any meaningful reforms since 2020. This point is all the more important for a department that'll be getting such a large portion of the county budget. Long Island United's report is a comprehensive review of the status of Nassau County police reform, and the commissioner continues to report data in an unscientific and confusing manner, yet making analysis extremely difficult. Yet despite his best efforts to muddy the waters, this report still shows bias in policing. According to the data, people of color continue to be represented at a significantly higher rate for arrest, use of force, pat-downs, and field stops. Black people are 3.6 to 8.6 times more likely to be subjected to use of force than white people, with weapons being displayed at rates of at least 6.8 times more than white people. Not only is police reform not working, the numbers are getting worse. In 2021, black people were 1.2 to 3 times more likely to be stopped, and in 2022, this range increased to 1.5 to 3.7 times more likely. The Nassau County Police Department repeatedly says in their reports that they will use data to evaluate their practices and make adjustments, yet we are in our 3rd year of police reform and the numbers have only gotten worse. Beyond the data, this report also looks at each of the areas discussed in the police reform plan and assesses progress in these areas. To draw on one example, the police commissioner made a commitment to improve response to mental health calls, but nobody from the department will meet with Long Island United's mental health working group to review progress. They promised to reduce the number of people being brought to New Mix emergency room and to increase the number of mobile crisis response teams and to train 911 dispatchers to divert calls to mobile crisis teams. As far as we can tell, they have hired more staff members for mobile crisis teams, yet according to the report, out of 4,239 mental aid calls, 4,026 were brought to the ER, and only 211 calls were answered by mobile crisis teams, which we don't even know if that means on phone calls or on-site calls. Additionally, there is a commitment to have the police commissioner before you publicly every 6 months, and the last time he was here was February of 2022. Is it really possible that a police department receives such a large portion of the county budget and is able to operate with zero oversight? Between 2015 and 2020, the county spent $55 million on lawsuits against the police department, and yet there is no oversight, including from this committee, over the police department. Please honor your commitments and hold the commissioner to his promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Joseph.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Joseph. I'm a steering member of Long Island United to transform policing and community safety. I want to talk about the police budget today. The Nassau County Police Department is one of the largest and highest funded police departments in the country. This body today and over the next few weeks will invariably be increasing this budget for the upcoming year. And we as taxpayers are left wondering what we're getting out of these funds. For context, normally under normal circumstances, Police Commissioner Ryder will come here whenever he feels like, tells you that everything is going great. Don't worry about the complaints or any reports of misconduct you may have heard. He's got everything under control. There is no way of formal oversight by this body. He gets a pat on the back and he's told he's done a good job. We as activists demanded that they give biannual reports to see what our money is funding. This body did enact that, and we appreciate it, but you have not enforced it. The last report from Commissioner Ryder was over a year ago. A whole year's worth of policing has been reported, and it's 11 pages. That's a $1 billion budget is reported in 11 pages of data here, and it's not even data, it's a PDF. It's a static document hosted online, late as always. It's numbers printed on a page. it's not machine readable. So our volunteers have to hand enter every one of these numbers just to do analysis. Real data would be digitalized in a way that can be read. Now, I'm a mathematician. I've worked with countless government databases from departments large and small. Even databases dating back to the 1980s are in digital format because they want to be read. This paper report would not be acceptable even back then. This is not data. This is malicious compliance. This is a deliberate obstruction of what our police department is doing. This is the equivalent of some notes hand-scrawled on a napkin at the last minute. This is what we get for $1 billion. Every year, myself, I'm required to produce a lot more than 11 pages to prove I'm doing my job. I make slightly less than $1 billion. So I would say that this is an embarrassment, but that would imply that the police are trying to report this data and failing to do so. The reality is this is a deliberate attempt to obstruct and hide what the police are doing. This is a de facto cover-up. A report and analysis by LA United, it's 50 pages that we did. You get that for free. And because we care about the public safety of Nassau County, we care about the gross mismanagement of these funds, we care about protecting the taxpayer. I ask that you please demand the police department, this is your responsibility, ask that they have full digital reports that are detailed and exhaustive. We need to know what we're paying for. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Goddard?
Good morning. Thanks for changing around the order of speaking. I'm here today as a member of Long Island United to transform policing and community safety. Today we are releasing the report. It should be sitting in front of you, tracking implementation 3 years after George Floyd's death. As you consider the amount of money you are going to give to the Nassau County Police Department today, please ask yourself if anyone, anywhere, under any circumstance, would receive this amount of money with no oversight. This report shows that after 3 years of promised police reform, a reform movement that was triggered by a very clear racial bias in policing around the country, there has not only been no change in bias here, but the numbers have actually gotten worse. In 2021, black people were 1.2 to 3 times more likely to be stopped, and in 2022, that number went up to 1.5 to 3.7 times more likely. And the police commissioner continues to report data in a siloed way that makes it impossible to know if people who are being stopped are arrested or detained, so we don't know the outcomes of those stops. That information is given separately, and there is no way to make connections. And that is dangerous, because that means we can't analyze what our police department is doing, how they're doing it, and how things need to change. Now, throughout his police reform, he writes in the data sections, we will be reviewing this data so we can make adjustments if we're not doing it well. It says that. And he's just not. And he's not reporting data in a way that we can even make sense of it barely, although we have an expert here who actually did. You, as the Public Safety Committee, are about to decide how much money to give to the department, and yet you have not had a hearing. The last hearing was in February 2022. We need biannual hearings. We need this police department that's going to receive all this money to be held with its feet to the fire on reporting. You also have a responsibility to look at the data yourselves. I would ask you, but I know you don't answer people who stand at this microphone, how many of you have actually analyzed his data? Do you have a data analyst for the Public Safety Committee to analyze his data? If the answer is no, that's egregious with the amount of money that this department is getting. There is absolutely no oversight, and before you hand over all that money, you have an obligation to the constituents and the taxpayers to be able to ask them probing questions about the data and their policing models that continue this cycle of bias in all these neighborhoods. It's right in front of you in our report. You have an obligation to read this report, understand the relationship between the models and the data. This body is not an extension of the executive branch. You are a check on the executive branch, and you are a check on the executive agencies, specifically this committee. Please, please do your jobs. Thank you. Oh, also, the agenda for tomorrow's Public Safety Committee I don't think is on the website yet. Could you please put it up as soon as possible?
Thank you. Scott Kaufman?
There we go. Hello, my name is Scott Kaufman. So I've done a lot of the data analysis that Susan was referring to that you'll see in front of you in the report. So the reforms of 2020, I just want to call out, were explicitly, and this is in the words of the county executive at the time, intended to reduce racial bias through robust community-oriented policing strategies while working toward reducing racial disparities in policing. So just to be clear, there was an explicit goal there, right? An outcome of reducing racial disparities in policing. This was 3 years ago. Since then, what have we seen in the data that we actually do get? No improvement in arrests, right? So we went from 2.3 to 5.7 times as likely for a black person to be arrested. Now we're looking at numbers 2.4 to 5.4 times as likely. Zero impact, right, in terms of racial disparities in policing. And that's based on a 20% increase in volume, by the way, which means that black people are now there's more black people being arrested than historically, since these were supposedly implemented. 7 of the top 10 towns that show up in the highest arrest rates are disproportionately black. 6 are disproportionately Latino. And field interviews, which have increased by 33%, actually have gotten worse, right? So the likelihood of a black person being stopped through a field interview went from 2.4 to 5.7 times as likely to 3 to 7.2 times as likely. And this is based on a higher volume again. Of the 114 incidents of a weapon being displayed against a person, which is a 3 times increase, by the way, from 2021, 65% of this was against black people. The idea that any budget discussion would not take the complete failure of the reforms into consideration, as evidenced by outcomes, by the way, would be a failure. Just to be clear, any improvements to policies, protocols, or anything else that the commissioner will say that they made since 2020 are a farce because the outcomes don't actually show any change, right? He can say, hey, since then we have a policy that every police officer has to spin around 5 times before they arrest somebody. Doesn't matter, right? The outcomes are exactly, the outcomes are the outcomes. That's all anybody should care about here. So nobody should listen to changes to protocol, policy, internal review boards, etc. What we should look at is the outcomes that we are seeing in 3 years since police reform has been implemented. And what we can all see from their own data is that they have actually gotten worse. And that is, egregious, right? And the only thing that we should be considering when thinking about accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Andy, ready for you.
Good afternoon, Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. I'm here to present the 2024 budget on behalf of the county executive. This is the second budget with a no tax increase, and I'm going to go into the particulars. First, let me just introduce my senior staff. I have Chris Nolan to the right of me, Irfan Qureshi, and Irina Siddiqui. And my other staff who's in the back of the audience here, this couldn't be done without them. They're a major component of putting this together, and without them, I wouldn't be sitting here. So I have to give them glowing accolades for what they do every year, in and out. It's a long, arduous process, but we get it done every year at the deadlines that are set before us. So I'm going to go through the presentation, which I think everybody has up there. But the basic start for the budget is basically the 2023 budget. And we're trending rather well again in 2023. The budget is balanced with a surplus that we will be moving into some reserves as time goes on, but we'll wait and see how the year finishes out. But as of right now, we're projecting a $4.3 million surplus, predominantly due from sales tax and interest rates being higher on our investment income. The current forecast is approximately $1.567 billion. I'm going to go out to the decimal places because it plays a role when we're doing the forecast. It is approximately 2.6% over the NYFER approved budget and 3.4% higher than the 2023 budget and 3.3% over collections from 2022. It's the driving factor in keeping this budget balanced, but that being said, we've built some contingencies in that have helped us, I think, and we've done some fiscally sound things, and we continue to manage and do certain things that keep the budget in balance. Some of this surplus is offset by a declining real estate market. Everybody knows out there, I don't need to go into depth. With higher interest rates, with lack of inventory, we're starting to see a decline in transaction volume in real estate. These have a way of rebounding itself, so we're hoping that the market comes back at some point, but right now we've planned for that in this budget and the previous budget. I'm going to go over some of the highlights of what the budget includes. As stated earlier, it's a no tax increase budget, a no fee increase budget. It has modest sales tax growth of about 1.5% over productions, which has been reinforced by some of the reports we've gotten from outside agencies like Moody's, which we think is ultra conservative, I would say. There might be some upside, but again, we can talk about economic factors and what's going to happen in the future, but there is a recession looming. I don't know what the catalyst will be, but I think somewhere along those lines, but we are well positioned to handle any economic downturns with the amount of reserves we have on our books. This budget includes, again, a reduction in real estate transactions in the GIS tax map, mortgage recording tax, just a reflection of current economic conditions. Incorporates the new CSEA contract, which has been placed before this body. It includes a contingency of approximately $40 million, which, if something goes sideways, we have that at our disposal to use. The budget is growing approximately at 4.6% or $152 million over the 2023 budget, which is predominantly driven by, I would say, a couple of things. It's not just labor contracts. It's also some federal mandated programs and some increases in Medicare that are driving up those numbers, direct assistance programs that are actually driving up the expense side of it. It also includes 50 new positions, which mostly 20 additional cops. There's additional monies in there for additional people in DSS Human Services to bring the total headcount for the county to 7,463. Embedded in that is 2 police classes of approximately 60 and 2 corrections classes of approximately 80. All of these additions should help mitigate some of the overtime issues that we've seen in the past, and we're hoping that those trends continue on the downward spiral. Slide 3, which shows you what the budget looks like. If you look, the largest number, of course, is our salaries, which is just contractually. We've built into here the model of what the contractual obligations from the union contracts, which we settled. All 5 unions have been settled. We have one outstanding one, IPBA, which we're hoping will be done rather quickly. But once that's done, we should have, for lack of a better thing, a labor peace for the next 2.5 years, which is when the next contract expires in June of 2026. Fringes are declining from a couple reasons. One is the savings we will be receiving from the CSEA contract. In addition, we paid off the pension bill in 2023, which is driving the number down. Local government assistance, I'll go through this. This is a function of sales tax. That's just that we have to give a piece of our sales tax to the local municipalities. Transportation costs are increasing as a result of the FTA has given us money for paratransit monies, and that'll be part of the Veolia contract, which will be coming to you in the near future. It's for paratransit, able ride for the disabled. It's a big program, and the FTA has informed us that we have to expand this county to county, region to region. So we're making an expansion on that. We've gotten some federal funds to offset that. There's a county share, and we're working with Nice Bus to figure the best means to implement this. So OTPS is going up, driven by a few factors. I mean, inflation and a couple other things, I would say, and some of the energy costs that are going up. Our debt service is going up. We're starting to normalize as a result of the NYFER transaction, but in addition to that, we're starting to see an inclining interest rate, which is, we have to start being more strategic when we do our capital budget, because realizing that rates are at I mean, they're at 6-7% now for municipal markets. We have to take that into consideration when going out to borrowing to figure out and time the projects better. Direct assistance, there's some programs in DSS that we're seeing an uptick in. I would say it's mostly in the daycare arena, some recipient grants, and a couple other areas. Some of those monies are offset by monies that we get from the federal government and the state, so you'll see an offsetting corresponding increase in those factors. And then other is just a component of other things. We're increasing the tax cert amount from 30 to 40 million in 2024. It's just I have additional resources to cure the backlog. Even though I have reserves set up, I thought it would be a prudent way to get us back up, to get caught up with some of that in case I needed additional resources to cover the backlog. On the revenue side, as you can see, sales tax is increasing. That's the largest jump. You'll see it's $78 million. We're keeping property taxes flat. State aid is increasing because of the new programs that are out there, along with federal aid that I've described in the previous. On the expense side, department revenues is declining, predominantly due to the real estate market, and other revenues are increasing, mostly in the investment income arena. That's driving up those numbers. The next slide, slide 4, if you look, you can see we're not aggressive in what we're projecting for the sales tax number. We're projecting 1.5% increase. If you look at the current trends, we're almost on target with that. I'm always cautious. You know, we've done a good job with the administration and this body reacting if something turns sideways, so we will be back if something goes different that we may have to modify. But right now we think this is a good solid number and the growth will continue. I would imagine that we're going to see another bump in inflation, considering some of the events out there. Gas prices, I would imagine, will be going back up at some point again. So we will reap the benefit, which is bad to the economic, which cuts consumer spending, but we can get into that discussion, I'm sure, at another point. But, you know, I do think that there's some room in our sales tax number that keeps it, I think, on the conservative side. One of the things this administration done, and I've been happy to be part of it, is we're limiting what our liabilities are out there. The pension deferral, which has been a topic for this body, I think, which is a good thing. Now that we have money, we're no longer deferring our pension costs, which is a savings to us. We paid it all off. We don't have to pay an interest component. There's no amortization. It's a good news story. The credit rating agencies like it. I happen to like it. I'm sure the accountants like it too, because the note disclosure and the financial statements is rather long and voluminous, but we're getting there. I've talked about the tax cert increase. We're doing that just to get some of the overhang that I think we might be encompassing in the upcoming years. And again, we've settled 3 labor contracts within this year. PBA, CSEA, and COBA will be coming before you at tomorrow's committee's event. So, and the only outstanding one is IPBA, but I'd rather think that would be before you before the end of the year if I were guessing. So, as you can see, our tax cert liability is $289 million as of 2023. If you go back, I mean, part of it has to do with the LIPA settlement, but we are pumping money out the door as fast as we possibly can to limit our interest exposure that we have on some of these judgments and settlements, and trying to diminish that clock from ticking and accruing more liability. So we are working to do that. These are the resources we have available to us. We have DAF, which encompasses the old 17 and 18 DAF, the new DAF, and the upcoming year's DAF. We have money in the SRF fund and the general fund to cover some of these shortages, but that's how we're planning on funding and getting rid of this liability. As I've stated to this body before, the liability will never be zero, just based on valuations and what the future will hold. We will always have some type of tax cert liability, but we're limiting and keeping that number down. The multi-year plan, which is a charter requirement, which is what we have to report to our friends at NYFR, is in balance. We've made some assumption of risks. We have to take into effect that we have some money sitting on the sidelines and reserves that could help offset any anomalies that we would have out there. But the plan is balanced. It includes all the labor contracts, as we know, going through 2026 and 27. Things will get a little different when we get into next year's budget, because we'll have to figure out what the labor contracts will look like, and we'll have to factor them into the plan. But as of right now, the multi-year plan is balanced. There is no, I will say, gap closing measures that are needed. And we will continue to manage, as we have with success in the past many years with this body and the administration, to keep the budget balanced, which is what we've done. And hopefully we will be relieved of being in the NIFA control period. The multi-year plan, I'll just give you some of the highlights. We have 2%, 2.5% growth in sales tax in the out years. The pension expense grows and is reduced in 2027, 26, and 27. We might see a big spike this year as a result of some of the calculations that the state controller does. But I think we are perfectly situated in case there is a downturn in the market, that we have money on the sidelines to put into use if need be. Healthcare costs are growing at an average of 4%. It might be a little low, but I think we're in a range that we saw a bump from the COVID overhang. Hopefully we'll see that diminish over time. Tax certs going back to $30 million as a result of that in the out years, because we think at that point we'll have a lot of the backlog cured and there shouldn't be a need for it. And we have contingency reserves built in 2025 and 2026 of $21 and $17 million. Again, let me just say this about the multi-year plan. It's the basis of how I build the budget or how I give departments targets, but it's a plan. Things change. The world changes, and budgets sometimes are obsolete the day I give them to you when they're going to pivot and change. So just so you know, I've come used to that. I give it to you today, and I don't know what tomorrow is going to hold. So we do the best we can to accommodate some of the risks that we think are out there, but we've addressed a lot of them in the past few years, and we continue to address them in the out years. And again, the county is on good fiscal grounds. And as you can tell by this summary sheet, which I'm going to go through, that we should all take credit. Our rating, we've got 2 bond upgrades, 4 in total over the past 2 years. That's telling everybody, which is a signal to the people who measure me, I would say, as I am measured by this body and some other agencies, that they're telling us that we're on the path to recovery. We still need to be fiscally conservative, fiscally prudent. We need to be cognizant of the revenue side of the county budget, but the expense side too, which we do rather good at managing, and we challenge every expense that's known, my staff and I, me particularly. It's not just because you have a budget you get to spend it. You have to justify it because the world changes. We have an extremely resilient tax base, which is good, which will diminish some of the problems we may have in an economic downturn. We're increasing our reserves. We can plan to continue that. If I were happy enough to say I could predict that we will have a rolling surplus, I would, but we're trying to get there so that we have money every year, that we have a finished amount, that we wouldn't have to worry about being in a deficit position, which is what I don't want to be in, okay? Again, several years, I think it's 5 or 6 of consecutive surpluses. Our cash position is in the best position we've been in. We're not doing short-term borrowings anymore, so that eliminates some of the debt service costs associated with that. We have, again, very good expense controls. We challenge everything just because we have to. It's not that we take it personally. It's just that part of our job in my department is to make sure that we're spending the money in the right regards, and we challenge positions, expenses, whatever we have out there. But we do challenge everything that's out there. Again, we settled with 5 unions, 3 this year. And the state controller has awarded us a 0 risk, I think, in his fiscal stress report for this year. So I think we should all take a, big bow here, because I think it's a great news story for everybody, including the residents, that the county is back on fiscal stable ground, and we will continue to manage to that in the next few years. So I'm here to field any questions from this body, and I thank you for your time.
Andy, thank you very much for your presentation, and with 0 risk, you should all have a pat on your back. If you're well-deserved, and it's due to your hard work and your diligence. And,
thank you.
Sometimes being a little tough, even when we call over for something. I guess in the end, we have to thank you.
Thank
for
you.
being very prudent. I just have a couple of questions, and it does appear to be a good budget, and I'm happy that there is no tax increase and no fee increase. And looking at the out years, it seems to be very promising, especially for the residents here in Nassau County. But I'm just going to go to one on that you didn't, with the budget for NIFA. How much does NIFA take off of the top of our sales tax revenue? What is the cost basically in dollars to the county?
This year's budget includes $2.6 million for NIFA expenses.
And does that include then? So that's $2.6 million for NIFA. Did that include the money that will go to Delaverson for,
Part of it, I believe some of their contractual expenses will be paid out of that money. And
because he got $25,000 a month, right?
Correct.
And he's been around for like 3 years?
since 2019, I think, I could
Yeah,
go back
right,
and
it was
check,
right
but,
before the- yeah.
yeah,
Yes,
right
it
before the
was before the
pandemic, I think, was
pandemic,
when he
yeah.
was engaged, so.
Okay, and I guess the question then is there any possibility that we can get NIFA out of here with this wonderful budget?
My position, I will stay firm. I think we no longer need to be in a control period. They will never go away as much as I would love for them to go away. But I think as an oversight, I think we're at that point in this
So we can-
relationship, for
we can
lack of a
move out
better
of the
thing.
control.
I think we should be out of the control period. It's been my position. Now we have all the labor contracts settled, and we fixed out the costs for the next few years. Every budget will have risk. I'm sure NIFA will assess the risk. That's their job. You know, I can paint you the glowing picture, which I think personally we are in good shape. I have not given you a budget with any extreme wild things in there, but there are going to be risks that they're going to assess. But to your point, yes, legislator, I do believe that we should be out of the control period, and less would be better for all of us here. Give it back to the
Next
hands.
year, when we're not here.
Sorry,
Wasn't for you, Rich.
sorry,
You're
my
leaving,
timing
they're
was
gonna
off.
say we're leaving too. But my other, these are just simple questions. When you talk about the sales tax revenue and the revenues that we're going to get in the out years, did you include any of the funding that we'll get from the Sands, if indeed it gets built? Or is that something that has not been considered, but it can be a possibility that can help the bottom line in the future?
We have not included any additional revenues that we would be getting in from the gaming license and that additional fees that they will be paying us. We did not build that in there because, one, we don't have the state approval on the gaming license, which is still up in the air. So we did not build that in there. We are okay up until that point. It would definitely help and free up, give us some more flexibility once that, if and when that place, that casino is opened up. But, you know, we will see other things as a result, even if it doesn't happen, sales tax and other things. But we didn't build a lot of that into this
Well,
budget.
that's good, because it is a good budget, so even if nothing happens, we're still, you know, in fairly good position, correct?
Yes.
All right. My last would be then, considering that we do have such a good budget, okay, and we have contingency for reserves, I know that during the contract process, there was an issue that came up with employees that were switched from getting their health benefits for life from working 10 years to 20 years. And, you know, as you know, some of them have come before us, and I think a lot of us have received emails, you know, from those who are our constituents. Do we know yet how many employees? Because we could.
Let me
I'd
put
like
it
to
to you
get
this,
the list,
let me, we're in the process of compiling that list. I will tell you that we were working with COBA right after this, so we kind of got a little lost, and
I
I
understand
and
that.
I want
I
to
didn't realize you were
apologize.
working on that,
But
so, yeah.
to that degree, you know, we started doing some analysis, and I will say, and I want to give you a hard number because I don't want you to hold me to it, but as of the other day when I looked at it with me and my staff, depending upon what people are, it's roughly between 125 and 150, which I've narrowed it down. But keep in mind now, of that 125, when you start looking at the ages and the demographics of it, some people have come here later. I don't know if they have benefits or not. They're getting it from somewhere else. So those are the things that we have to drill down to. And I will say this, to put this body's mind at ease, it's something that's going to come up in 2026. You know what I mean? That's when it's imposed. And, you know, when we did the contract, for lack of a better thing, it was a credit that the union got as a result of that. But whatever we see fit to do in the future, we can work on that. But right now, we're lockstep in on a collective bargaining agreement that was agreed to by 80% of the membership. And if every month, it's a contract that modified, so we will look at it if it becomes a major problem, so.
And I appreciate your hard work in this, and I understand that the membership did vote, you know, and that is something with the union, that was part of their contract. But for us sitting up here, as much as we respect that we voted for it, you know, we did pass the contract, I think that we also have to advocate on behalf of those people. And I'm sure that if you look at 125 to 150 employees, that they have to be 55. So there's probably a number of them that may have started when they were like 25 or 35. So for them to work, they would have to work the 20 years regardless if they got it after 10 years or not. So I think that we are going to, and I hope that everyone up here will join me in saying that we will fight to see if we can get them, at least them grandfathered in. So those, because they did start with low salaries and they did get employed under a certain, condition, and they thought they had this contract.
Understood. Just keep in mind that if any modifications to the contract would require a give and take of what we're going to get back. So that's what we have to work.
We're going to look, and I think that it would be the cost, basically, what the cost would be.
Yes.
So it might not be that prohibitive, and with the budget being as good, and I do believe that this budget is good. And I don't normally say.
Well, thank you.
I'm usually that person, like digging at whatever. So, but thank you very much. Any of the legislators? Okay, Legislator Georgie Whitten, and then Legislator Millay, and then Drucker.
Hi,
Legislator
Andy.
Drucker.
Thank you once again for all your work
Thank you.
steering our ship. I just had a couple quick questions. When you talked about the surplus, does that include the money we received from the ARPA funding?
No, it does not.
And does it include the funding that we received from the opioid settlement?
No, it does not.
So the $1 billion does not include either of those?
No.
Okay, good. I'm
But
glad
those
to
are
hear that.
segregated. I will say, some of the monies we have on reserves are just segregated out to separate. I hate to use the term, but Legislator Rhodes made fun of me when I saw him the other day about the buckets that we put things in. The opioid funding and the ARPA funding, which is now subject to a negotiation between this body and the county executive, is still sitting in a repository segregated from this. So,
Good.
and same thing with opioids.
I
My
have
money
been
does not
asked
include that.
if our increase in bond rating and all is due to the fact that we haven't spent that money, but you don't see that that could be a correlation?
The rating agencies and some of the other things, we're talking specifically of the operations. They noted those two resources, but we're not using them for operations, So it's a plus to have that money in the bank for some other reason, so. Well.
Because, so you're 100% sure that those two are not listed in the reserves?
They're listed in the, let me hang on one second. Of the $1 billion, they are listed in there.
Okay, so they are part of the 1
Yes,
billion.
they are.
So-
So roughly around $378 million are related to ARPA. Those are the balances in there.
Out of the 1 billion, approximately 100,
That's
70 million is from the opioid settlement
And-
that hasn't been given out, and approximately, 260 from
approximately I would say 300 million is still sitting out there, so.
300? So
Yeah,
we're talking about
but there's still some
400
programs active that we haven't spent the money out of there, so.
400 million ARPA and opioid settlement. Is in. Okay, so that's what I've been asked a couple times. If I think that the reason that we haven't given out some of this money is because we're using it to kind of improve our bond rating. But it's in the reserve, but you believe that it's not being considered?
It's not being considered for operational purposes right now.
All right, but it's still part of the 1 billion. that
It's still
we're
part of the $1 billion.
counting.
Yep.
Okay, so really we have about, not that you're.
I would, let's round it down,
If
right? It's
we-
around
if we
600 and
deduct
some
that.
odd $million,
Okay.
and I would say reserves, the other monies is falling into the other two categories, which is
Okay,
ARPA
so we
and
have closer to 600,000.
600
Which is
million.
still great.
No.
I just like to keep that money
The-
separate because it's,
It-
I really want to see that opioid number as 0 soon. So,
We're moving strategically, carefully with that,
I know.
and I mean, we can't, but I'll give you the opinion for me being the budget guy.
I know, we can't
So,
just hand it out,
you
but we've
can't
only
say-
given out 2 million.
And we're working
So-
to get it out the door, is what I will
Yeah,
say,
'cause
so.
we're about
so,
30 million behind.
Yeah, so.
The other quick question I had, you said that we have 217 million for the tax cert liability reserve?
Yes.
How much of that do you plan on spending this year?
I would, as much as I can get out the door. I don't think I'm going to get it all out the door this year, probably closer to, we started the year roughly around 400. I think we pumped out 200 million this year. These are additional resources that we will have, coming to finish this year out and next year. It is a very long, arduous process with dealing with some of these cert claims because it has to do with valuations and getting a settlement offer across the table. We're working diligently with the cert bar to get it down. There's some other things that are being in the mix that, 17 and 18 DAF that are still lurking out there that we're working through. But I think we have ample resources to cover it. Timing, as much as I want to give you a promise, it's hard for me to do that based on, the two parties are negotiating. So it just takes a little longer.
No, I believe me, I kind of know
So,
investment's a little
yeah,
tricky.
yeah, so.
But it looks like you have more in reserve than we actually owe right now.
I would say no. I think that it's going to, remember, it's going to grow annually. So every year, I think we're going to add, even though if it's a 289 now figure, we're going to add, and I'm just ballparking this on valuations, another 100 next year. So is my operating cost, once I get the backlog down to a manageable number, which would be zero, but it's probably not going to be there, we're going to have operating resources to cover every year's current liability. So that's why the DAF was created. That's why in the plan I consider I have tax certs of, $30 million, so I have $70 million of resources annually, so.
Okay, I appreciate your help. And
Thank you.
I just kind of think, just for clarification, we might want to just really have the number closer to 600 million. Because again, it's almost like, that's not really our money, So to say that we have that in reserve, I don't think gives the right, clear picture.
Understood.
Thank you.
Legislator Millet?
Thank you. Hi, Andy.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Yeah, congratulations
Thank
to
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
So my questions are about reserves also, and they're really more general, just for clarification purposes. I used to be on a school board, and by law, we could only have, I believe it was 4% of reserves in a school budget. That was state law. What percent of the budget do we have in reserve?
Well, considering that we have almost a $4 billion budget and we have 600 million, I guess that math is probably in excess of, we have a $4 billion budget and we have approximately 600 million in reserves. Is probably 15%, I would say, there and abouts. But that being said, I will take you down some of the things. We have bond indebtedness fund, which is we're going to defease some debt this year, which we're going to spend the money. I mean, the suits and damage money that we have out there, our plan is to spend that. Some of the numbers may not be reflective up to date, but we do have a plan to spend some of those monies. Once we get through those two big things, I would say those are the two largest components. I think we're down into a range about the $200-300 million that's acceptable to what the state controller would want. But again, we've built a path of liability, which some other counties haven't, which is taking us time to get that, down to we have to pay off some of those liabilities with these reserves, and we'll whittle that number down. It's a timing issue is what I would say, but there is a plan to use some of these monies to spend it down, to get it down to an acceptable place, so.
Okay.
And that's the plan, and this is strategically what you want to do is put money into reserves that for economic downturns that you're aware of, you have money placed in there, whether retirement goes crazy, health insurance, one of those things that go up or down. We've kind of made all those contingencies for the uncontrollable expenses. There's some squeeze happening, I will say, which we'll look at the end of this year with Medicaid and some of the things that the state is doing to squeeze out some of the money that is owed to us. So we may look to do another type of offset because I think things are going to get a little more challenging with the state in the upcoming years as far as funding goes. So we will prepare for that when we get more information to do that. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think we absolutely do need to prepare, and I think that the amount that the school districts are allowed to have, that doesn't make sense to me, never made sense to me. So I'm not advocating for going to what the school districts are held to. And I think it's absolutely prudent and necessary for us to plan for economic downturns. Thank you. Okay, so basically you've answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy, congratulations also.
Thank you.
Great job. Year after year, I always say that you do great work, but my background and training is in the law, and when it gets to numbers, my eyes glaze over. So I need to ask you some basic questions.
No problem.
Just to piggyback on Legislator Ford's question about the lease, the rent for the hub. We're getting paid now, though.
Yeah, we've incorporated the current agreement, which was it's a modification of the old agreement. We're only accounting for the current rent stream that we're getting in now.
But that's included.
That's included in the budget, if I misspoke.
What is that monthly rent again? Do you remember?
Around $6 million, so annually, $6 million annually.
See, I can't comprehend the numbers. So the total in reserves is, you said, is about 600 million right now.
You can classify those as, I would say, not operating reserves, but there'd be a better classification to say that those are operating reserves. There's monies in the SRF fund, there's money in longevity, there's money in judgments and claims, there's money in tax certs, there's money in workers' comp. We have retirement reserve, we have the bond indebtedness and employee accrued liability, which is the help pay for termination pay. These are all strategically placed things that, in case something does happen and we're short, we have the money to put into action immediately. So I'm not saying all going to come at the same time, but it's fiscally prudent that at some point we will have to spend some of this money, but you'd rather do it over time. You don't want to bleed them out one at a time. You use a strategic amount to bleed down the reserve is what I would say.
Gotcha, okay. On the page 3, I guess, of your summary, can you just go over for me again, you mentioned direct assistance, an increase of 53 million.
Yes.
And you said that was primarily for daycare?
Yes, federal daycare funding we provide. DSS provides a program. It's increasing because they give a lot of absentee monies for them not showing up, so we have to cover, like, I think anybody who participates in the program gets 80 absences. We have to fund those with or without whether the services are used. So if you decide not to send your kid, I still have to fund the daycare. It's some of the other programs, I would say, recipient grants, TANF, some of those things that we SNAP, some of those programs that were included in that. So I think, we're starting to see an uptick, I think, in some economic activity that we're not sure if this is the beginning or the end or the tail wagging the dog, for lack of a better thing. But when you see some of these numbers going up, I think you're starting to see what I would say is the beginning of the economic bubble starting to hit a little bit. So.
And just go over underneath direct assistance, it says the other again.
Other.
Just go over what is other again?
Other encompasses, I would say it encompasses tax certs, rents, a couple other big ticket items that we have out there that are included in the budget. NYFA set-asides, some of those things that are included in there. There's some bond stuff in there, but that's the majority of it, I would say. So 70 million of it, or 80 million of it is approximately certs and judgments. And then there's rents that we have to pay out, and there's some other things in OO that we have to pay out from NYFA set-aside. So
The outstanding tax cert liability is 289, right?
as of today, yes.
million.
As of today.
And what was it last year, do you recall?
Well, that's based off last year's number, I think, from the annual financial statement is 383.
Okay.
So we're whittling it down.
Making a dent.
We're making a big dent. It's a process, legislator. I hate to say that, but it's a long, arduous process. So
I think I only have one more. On page 6, your outstanding liability, 383.4. How much was that related to LIPA?
that's taken out. It's net of the LIPA settlement.
That's taken out?
Yeah,
And,
yes.
and then you arrive at the 383?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's because we started, if you go back in 2021, I think 2021 we had 700 some odd million. Once we settled the LIPA thing, you took about 250, 275 off the liability books by the
Great.
settlement of that.
That was my confusion.
Yep.
And then again, on page 7, other revenues, 449.6 million.
That's correct.
Talk about that.
It's a combination of a bunch of things. It's all the other non-departmental revenue. It's investment income. It's a couple other things, I would say. Some of the BG revenues, which are revenue to offset expenses. There's a whole, I can give you a list of what's included in that by object code if you don't mind, without me going down the list, but it's a long, distinguished list. For lack of a presentation purposes, we don't break it out as pretty as we should in detail, but it's just to keep it short and sweet and to the
I
point.
appreciate that for someone mathematically challenged like myself.
So.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. We will get that list to you.
I think that's it for me. Thank you, Andy. Good job.
Thank you.
Legislator Bino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Andy.
Good afternoon, legislator.
So I want to revisit your conversation with Legislator DeRidge Whitten regarding the $400 million that's being included in a surplus that's part of the opioid money? Or
It's not.
Could you clarify that?
Yeah, we'll clarify. It's not being
Please.
included in the surplus. It's in a separate, it's a reserve money that we have in the bank, because a reserve is a rainy day fund, for lack of a better thing. It's not being used in any way, shape, or form to fund operations. It's just sitting over there determining how we're going to spend that money, so.
And it's part, when you
It's-
talk
when
about
you
this
so-
$1 billion,
It's a
part of
component.
it, or
It's a
not?
part of it, yes.
It's a part of it.
It is a part of it.
So the 400 million is a part of the billion. that
That's
we're
correct.
reporting.
Yes,
And you're reporting the billion, the $1 billion as,
as a reserve balance that we have out there, so.
so, then you mentioned, she expressed some urgency about getting the money out as soon as possible. And you stated, we need to be strategic, or you implied that. I'm not gonna say you said that specifically, but you implied that we need to have some level of a plan associated with releasing the money. Am I correct in?
Correct, that's my job, I will tell you that much, but I'm not withholding it. If the county exec and this body comes to me and says they want to spend the money, we will do that. We will keep track of the monies that's being spent out there. So that's what I mean strategically. My position is you spend money, I got to check it, because I have the controller checking me on the backside of what we're doing, so we need to be checks and balances. Even though it's not an operating fund, we will work with the body and the county and the administration to figure out how to spend those funds. So that's what I meant strategically. That's my strategic point, so.
You could see how one might
Agree.
mistake in that as the strategy is to be able to present a stronger financial position.
It's not the position of this administration, if I don't want to speak, but we're not withholding funds as a result of being fiscally frugal or anything else. We're just trying to figure out the best plan of attack to get that money out the door, so.
And so when did this money come into the county?
The opioid, well, the ARPA funds came in 2 tranches in 2020, I think. 2021 and 2022, we got the second tranche. The opioid monies came in, I think, around the same time, but they came in tranches because of all the different settlements. I don't have all, I would
So
defer to the
20
County.
Let's stay with opioid. So
Right.
We got some of it in 2020?
Yes, we did. We were dealing with COVID at that point, so I don't, you know what I mean? I think that those settlements will be for us, so I don't think we have.
2020. Then 2021, we got another?
Yes. We got monies in from there was 3 different settlements, if I want to say. There's just manufacturing, distribution, and I think there was a portion from the New York State IG that we got some monies in on, so.
And so specifically related to the opioid money, what would be an appropriate, what would you or this administration see as an appropriate plan for utilizing that money and distributing? What would you need to see? What would you need to experience in order to do that?
I do not want to speak because I am not a drug and alcohol counselor. I don't want to speak on behalf of that. I look to see that the money that's given out, there's goals and measures that each recipient gets, that we have some type of showing that we've gotten some, it's benefited the cause. We don't want to say, look, fentanyl has affected everybody in this room. We can't sit here and deny it, as is the opioid crisis and everything else. So I think strategically we want to make sure the money goes out to a specific place. I'm a finance guy. I'm not the best guy for this. If you want to spend $100 million and the county exec wants to do that, I will work with this body to do that. So. But I just need to I like to see if there's goals and measures with every contract, which we do.
Are you aware of any process that's being employed in the immediate to be able to achieve that?
I'm not aware. I know we're actively looking to send money out the door, and we're looking to do, additional RFPs with the next tranche of money that we have out there. So we've done one part. We're going to do another part in the near future. It's being baked, I think, for lack of a better thing. So I think, we're working with.
what?
It's being baked, meaning we have an idea. We're putting it together, I think, for what the residual amount of these funds are going to be used for. So I would defer that once we come up with look, we've allocated $15 million annually is what we've committed to. We're putting that out there. Spending it becomes a little bit more problematic because the agencies have a lot more guidelines associated with that. So I think that's delayed some of the money going out the door. And I think, our process here is somewhat long and arduous, but, it's the way we've set it up. So I think the money that we've allocated can't get out fast enough just because of some of the procurement stuff that we have, but we will work to streamline that.
Are you aware of a opioid task force? You should be aware of.
Yes,
that
I'm
task
aware
force.
of it.
that existed under the prior administration?
I believe, yes, it did.
Okay. That was led by your current police commissioner that came up with specific ways that that money could be utilized?
I am aware of the plan. I'd have to dust it off because I'm not in the room on that endeavor, but I am aware of that being there,
So
so.
we're sitting here with money that came in 2020 that is making our reserve balance appear larger than it should be, because we should be spending that money. We're placing, to me, I'm just going to tell you from the way I see it, because I was part of that opioid task force, where I think there were some real concrete measures that were put in place as a way of that report. You didn't have to accept all of them, okay? But you had alcohol and behavioral law enforcement specialists on that on that committee that that worked to come up with possible solutions. And this was in advance of the money coming, so that when the money came, we'd have a plan. And it's disheartening to me that we're sitting here basically on the eve of 2024 and we haven't used this money, okay? And to sit here and say, you know, we don't know where it is, it's falling short. That's falling short for me, because I feel as though, you know, it's almost like, you know, I have a roof leak, the insurance company pays me, or better yet, the roofer did a terrible job, and I sue the roofer and I get the money, and instead of fixing my roof, I put it in an account so I can feel like I'm flush with money, and my roof is getting ready to cave in. Our kids are ODing in the street. People are dying. We're making law enforcement's job even harder, and our EMTs' jobs harder, because we're not actively spending this money. We're putting ourselves in jeopardy because we're not spending this money. And I think it's terrible. I think it's a terrible financial strategy, because those same lines that you're talking about are bubbling up on the back end, and social service and TANF and all of that, and homeless services, is because we're not spending the money up front.
Understood.
Let's talk about ARPA. When did we first get our first payment of ARPA?
2020 was when we got the first tranche. 2021 is we got May of 2020. We got the first tranche, and then we got the second tranche in May of 21.
So I'm not
22.
even
21 and 22. I apologize.
Same thing
Chris.
applies here. I'm not going to walk us through the same exercise. Same thing applies here.
Understood. With
We're playing
ARPA,
with human life. We're paying with human toll, while we sit here to try to be flush with money and appear differently for the purpose of a financial exercise. It's terrible. It's egregious. And then I'm fearful that at the very last minute, when the clock is winding down on this money, then we're going to just throw this money out in the street, and it will go nowhere to do for the benefit of having an intended outcome that could be beneficial, impactful. Because then we're going to be scrambling. The community service providers, our partners in this, will not have had the time to build their capacity to do what they need to do. We could be building capacity for those organizations who can be on the front lines and helping us. But instead, this is what we're doing with the money. It's shameful. It's shameful. And I ask my colleagues on this body that we need to be putting a little more pressure to ensure that this does not continue into the future. It's shameful.
thank you.
Thank you, Celia. Well said. Legislator Walker?
Andy, I want to thank you too, and I do have a question, and I don't know that you can answer it, or if it really has to go back to DSS, but when you said that we have to pay for childcare, you know, and those services, whether a child attends or not, are we trying to stay on top of that? Like, say say it was my child that was supposed to be going, and they're supposed to, you know, be able to go every single day, and maybe over a period of time, I've sent them twice, like, are we trying to address that in another way? Because obviously, we're not helping that child, and we're spending a lot of money for no reason.
Let me put your mind at ease a little bit with this. Yes, we are on top of it. When it came out, it was 40, it went to 80 days. But this program is 90% funded by the federal government, so we do get funding in there. But there's some restrictions that we can't do anything about. But we're working with DSS to see if there's ways to enhance it, make the program more efficient, better. But these are one of the nuances, I will say, of some of the new regulations.
Because aside from childcare, often that they'll get transportation to, you know, like, I mean, if someone says, well, yes, my child gets that, but I have no way of getting them there, I'm assuming we have ways to help them with that also.
I will find out. I don't know if transportation, I do believe it might be covered, but I'm not sure
You know,
about
if
that.
that's the reason why
that's-
they're not going. I mean, the main purpose of us is helping our children.
Well,
you know.
Yeah, I think the purpose is to let the parents go out and work so that they have
So
a
that
place
their
their children
children
have a
go to
place to go.
childcare.
So I think that's the intended purpose. There are income restrictions on the program and everything else. So, but that's just, you know, some of the things that's one of the things that are driving up the direct assistance. Is other things, recipient grants, and a couple other programs out there in DSS, which are offset by some aid. But the majority of the aid coming into the preschool program is federal, and it's at 90%. So it's fairly successful when it operates, but when you get these nuances with these absenteeisms, I mean, it drives me crazy, because if you're not using the program and paying a service provider for not having 8 kids in a class and only 3, who's benefiting? Not us.
Right, exactly.
You know, so
And again,
my
whether it's
antennas
coming
go up
from
on
the federal
certain.
government or not, like, you just hate to see money being spent that's not being utilized.
Exactly. So, but, you know, these daycare providers need to be in place in case something does happen. I understand that they have a business model and a revenue stream, and they have to keep teachers on board. But, you know, I don't know what the quick fix is, but we look and evaluate those issues all the time. These are the things that come across my desk that you just go, what? You know, and you can ask my staff, they get the what for. So, you know, what are you talking about? So, but we have to manage to it, because the needy people need to be taken care of, and we have to administer that, because we know that has direct correlation not only on the county, but the economic benefits and the health benefits of these people if we don't take care of them. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Before, Johnny, I just want to follow up in regard to Legislator Walker and the child care. Who sets the rates that we pay to the child care providers? Do we try to remain, like, child care, the cost of child care has gone up. I mean, I have a granddaughter who's in child care, so I know how much in the private sector, you know, what people are paying. What about us? Do we pay, are we at least trying to keep in line with the increases? And
This federally, the state sets the rate with the feds, I think, and that's how we have to comply with those rationales. That's why 90% is covered under the federal bucket, but they're the ones who tell us what the rate should be in coordination with the state geographically. I'm sure there's different costs in different parts of the country because it's cheaper and everything else. So I think, you know.
Do you think then they follow suit, like, you know, like New York is more expensive than Delaware? So
Exactly.
do you think that they also, and then I know in the past, when I had been involved with the daycare, the child care, there was like, with the payments, are we keeping up with a timely reimbursement to the daycare providers so that they're not waiting for the checks or the reimbursements, you know?
There's some time frame in there. I don't know what it is specifically, but we have to make those payments readily available. I mean, there are some issues sometimes, but we're getting that money out the door. If you look, you could see that the money is going out the door quickly, so.
All right, thank you. Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Legislator Ford. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Andy,
Legislator.
Back to the opioid money. It's been classified as the county needing to spend the money, but really we just allocate it to agencies and they do the spending of the money, right?
That is correct.
And at the last budget hearing, I don't know if it was you or possibly Commissioner Nevin that was talking about how there are some agencies where the contract has gone through and the money is there for the taking, for them to take it and spend it, and they haven't done so.
Right. They have to submit a claim. The process, just so I can clarify this, we did an RFP for services. We selected X number of vendors. This is who was getting an allocation. They have not submitted their reimbursement invoices, for lack of a better thing. They have to submit invoices because the controller's office has to pay that bill, but they can't just pay unless the contract specifically says you got all the money up front. They have to give us an invoice for the services that they're providing, and then we reimburse
So
them.
they've got to
that it-
spend the money and then they get reimbursed.
Exactly. So there's been a delay in that.
Well, when you say there's been a
Commissioner-
delay, there's been agencies that have the go-ahead to spend the money, and they haven't spent the money yet.
That's correct.
About how many agencies have done, are in that situation?
I don't know off the top of my head. I would say I think there was 5 or 6 that were in that range, so.
All right. I think that should give us pause. We should all be I mean, the goal here is for this money to be spent, and if we're dedicating this money to agencies that aren't spending it, that's not helping anybody. So I think a deliberate approach here is warranted, especially in light of the fact that the money that has been given the A-OK, go spend it, it's not being spent. So I think that, you know, I appreciate that we're being deliberate with this money and making sure, going forward, that it goes to agencies who are actually going to spend it. Do we know why these agencies haven't? Has anybody, have we had any outreach to these agencies?
Part of the issue, I do believe, was getting all the paperwork in for some of the disclosures that we always have problems with, and some of the procurement guidelines we have set forth. I think that was a part of the delay in the process. Now we're moving to the second phases, is what work have they done in order to get those monies reimbursed for them? So maybe they haven't done anything to submit a bill for, so that could be the issue too. So I'm not well in tune with that. I would defer to Commissioner Nevin on that, but I think that's part of the issue is that these agencies have not provided the services as of yet, so they haven't submitted bills yet, so.
And that hasn't changed since the budget hearing a couple weeks ago. There's still situations of agencies who have this money available to them, but have not spent yet.
Correct, and I think they're trying to process whatever they can to get through the door. It's not being held up in any arena like on our side or anywhere else, I will tell you that much. We're trying to process it, so. But, you know, we do have checks and balances here, so.
Well, you
it's-
can't process it if they haven't submitted the invoice,
Correct.
right?
And you do realize that some of these invoices could be problematic if this is the first time doing it with the county, because there's certain rules and regulations, so there's a lot of back and forth. So when you think it's going out the door, it's really not going out, because we have to make sure we get all the paperwork. Controls does a complete audit of these funds, you know what I mean, before they go out the door, that they comply with the contract. So there's a process that we have to follow to make sure that we're protecting the dollars. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, and I also think, because I know one of the agencies that did get an allocation, I think it's not a reluctance on their part, they're filling out the paperwork, but I think it might also be their fiscal year, because they had indicated that October 1st was something where they would start their new contract year, whatever they do. So I think it's, you know, they wait for those time periods. So I think it's not that, it's whether or not they're not, the forms that they have to fill out, but a lot of the agencies, it depends upon how they're spending the money, like you were indicating, John, that they're ready to spend the money, but I guess they have to wait till they provide the services and then they get reimbursed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but I also then, considering that, I'm hoping that we are able then to take a look at the next round, you know, so that we can, because with the delay for them to fill out the forms and whatever, I'm hoping that we do come up with the next round of recipients, you know, for these grants, so we can get this money out the door, you know, because it is very, very important when we look at the impact on our communities and how beneficial the money can be. The legislative
Understood.
I know.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just for points for clarity, Legislator Ferretti asked the question whether we were spending the money directly or we were waiting on these agencies, and you answered correct. There's nothing that prohibits us from utilizing this money directly. So if, let's just say, that we decided we were going to take NUMIC and make it a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center, we could take the money and invest it there. We don't have to fund a third party. Is that correct?
You'd still have to do some type of an agreement with.
No. The point I'm making, just follow me for a second.
Okay.
It's not that we need to use these community organizations that currently exist. We can fund, we could fund something directly by way of the hospital. We could fund some other establishment separate and apart from the agencies that are currently doing work. There's nothing that prohibits us from doing that.
No.
If we were to have researched and decided that was the right place to put the money, correct?
That is correct, Legislator.
Okay. Has there been any research aside from that opioid task force that was created under the prior administration to determine what would be the best uses for that money?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
I will get back to you if you need to, so, but I don't not have the answer to that, so.
The second question is regarding reimbursement or the use of this fund. It's through a reimbursement mechanism, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so could it be that these agencies don't have the ability to provide additional services or to provide the additional services than what they were already being funded for to be reimbursed? That they don't have the money available to them for the purpose of being able to provide a service to be reimbursed later for it? So they have to be able to staff up, right? So if they're going to do additional work beyond what they're currently doing, right? If they're going to expand their target audience from 100 to now 200, that means more caseworkers. That means, you know, everything from keeping the lights on would cost more. And could it be that they're just not able to do that in order to be reimbursed?
I can't speak to the individual organizations and their financial position.
I'm just saying,
No, you could, your answer is hypothetically, yes, but if they went, then I would argue back, once they got the terms and conditions, because government's, just for everybody's edification, we are the slowest payers known to mankind. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of where we are. But if they needed the money up front, then when they submitted their solicitation, they probably should have said, I need X number of dollars.
But you created this as a reimbursement. You didn't create it as with an option to ask for the money up front. Am I correct?
I believe, I wasn't on the RFP committee, but I believe that's how it was set up.
As a
Yes,
reimbursement.
as a reimbursement,
Okay. So let's move on to the next thing. When we talk about agencies now that we're finding may not have the financial wherewithal to be able to put out this money on consignment and wait for the reimbursement, right? We found that some agencies have the ability to do the work. You're funding them, and I mean they're being funded through reimbursement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if those agencies, and this was asked on the record the other day as well, if we found agencies that have the ability to do this work, right, and they have the capacity, why aren't we funding them? If they've been reimbursed to their max, why aren't we looking to give them another shot of money? Why aren't we spending the money where we know they're able to meet the needs of our constituents, our residents, and be able to provide the capacity? Why haven't we looked at that even?
I'm not in the process of the opioid and how we're doing it, but let me give you my 2 cents. One, usually how we do financial data, and this is just me talking, we have historical trends of what they've done. We don't know if giving them the money right now has a benefit that they can process stuff fast enough, but I will say it's probably something we should look at. If these agencies are performing up to the expectation levels, that we add more funds to their contracts. I think it's a wait and see type of thing to say if XYZ, agency has had great results as a result of this, we should throw more money at them.
So the point is that I'm making here is that we have no plan, because the plan is to keep the money in the coffers and not to spend the money. That's where I see this. Okay, is that there is no plan. There's no plan to help our families that are on the street struggling. There is no plan to make sure that we're providing, a level of care to the people who are struggling, to the extent that we have people sleeping in bushes. You got people walking down the street in cars. I mean, I've never experienced anything like this in my days. I've lived here 50 years. I've never seen anything like this on Long Island. You have people running around in the street waving guns at motorists. I mean, we don't think we have a problem here? This is a public health crisis.
Understood, legislator, and I will take back your concerns to the administration. We're not withholding this to make the balance sheet look better. I will tell you that much.
If we're any more deliberate, we're going to implode. If we're any more deliberate without making any advances toward finding solutions, we're going to implode with that money sitting in the bank.
Understood.
Well, I hope that there there is a way that we can find so that if we have these money in reserves and the ability to be able to disperse it, I hope that we can, because I think it's very important, that we make an effort to reach out into the communities because lives are being lost. I had my meltdown last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? But, you see how passionate, and I hope the administration can hear us. There is a passion that we have in regard to this. We see it in our communities, we're living it every day, and we need to move a little bit faster.
Understood, legislator, and I don't think there's anybody in this room that hasn't been impacted by this crisis. So I think personally we all could share a story. I could too. And it's not, and I'm sure the county executive himself can share stories. I think it's just a path of how we want to get there. So, and I don't think it's got nothing to do with that we're trying to bolster a balance sheet. I look at opioids as I look at the operating budget. That's what I focus on. That's my operation. Keep that in there. We will work with the administration and this body to figure out how to spend the other funds that are out there, which is what we've always done. So
you're looking at the global, not at the budget.
I look at the whole picture.
It's
Yes, do I classify it on the balance sheet as a thing? It's not for anything else. I have to do it that way. I'm not doing it to make myself look better.
As long as the money is there, you have it.
Yes.
But let's hope that they could venture off a path and find a shortcut.
Thank you.
But one last question from Legislator Georgie Whitten.
Well, I'm going to defer to, but just real quick, maybe we could just look at what Suffolk County's doing. I hear they're dispersing funding a lot smoother than we are. And I'm just going to say on the record, we cannot include that on the $1 billion and tout that our credit rating is improving because we have this money. That is just so wrong on so many levels. It's using money that is supposed to be saving our kids' lives to increase our Moody's. Really, it's something that should not ever be touted. It cannot be included when you're touting your financial statement, and especially, I don't want to be part of anything like that. It's horrible to use that money in that way. But all right, Ken.
Understood.
I think in all fairness, I think for Andy, I think as he stated, his position in this is he's he's in charge of our financial budget. So this is what was given to him, and this is what he presented. But I think hopefully that since we are all on record, that the administration is listening and understanding. It's not directed at you. It's
Understood.
Directed at the frustration is just felt, and we need to make some movement.
To this body, I never take it personally. So.
Chairwoman, if you would. I'm sorry, and that's why she wanted to defer to me. I wanted to say to you, please don't mistake my passion for this issue to be an attack towards you, and if you have received it in that way, I apologize. I'm just frustrated. I'm just very
Point taken, legislator, and again, I'll say that. I understand your
You've
passion.
always handled yourself very professionally here, and I apologize if my passion
No need for an apology, legislator. You have passion for what your passion is appreciated. I understand it. So no harm, no foul there with me.
All right.
I'm good.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation and your patience with all
Thank
of
you.
us. Karen, just let us know when you need a break, all right? Maybe Elaine Phillips is next, right? Can I get you? Our next presenter will be County Controller Elaine Phillips, so when she's ready. Oh, thank you.
It's not the seventh inning, Elaine. It's probably like the third. Hopefully not.
So the mics are live. Do you want to do that job again?
Do it again.
Yeah.
I'll try to keep. What do we do with mics here?
Let's see.
Should we begin?
Go right ahead. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming here.
Good. So good afternoon, everyone. It's our honor to be here again. Thank you for taking the time. And thank you for inviting us. I want to introduce, I think you already know, my Deputy Controller, Betsy Hill. Also, Lisa Sikoris, the Director of Accounting in the Controller's Office. And my staff, Charlie Casolaro, Chief Counsel, Jeff Schoen, Deputy Controller, Beaumont Jefferson, Deputy Controller, and Anna Sousa, which hopefully will have just a minute to update you on Nassau Forward, which is probably the most transformative project that the county will have for our internal needs, which is implementing a new financial system. So we'll take a minute to update you there. I also want to thank the rest of the team, particularly Lisa's team in the accounting division, Wendy Goldstein, my Director of Communication, and Dan, our analyst, and Liz for all the hard work they've done. So in your packet, you have on the left side, you have our PowerPoint presentation. You also have one of those nifty cheat sheets we always give you. So it talks about the difference between the 5 major funds, which is what the county executive's budgetary office uses when they budget, the 3 operating funds, which is what we will talk about mostly, which is more comprehensive, governmental funds and government-wide state reporting. So keep that close by. On your right side, you see a copy of our complete report. I will just say, not the fact that it took a lot of work to create that report. There is a wealth of information when it comes to the economy, both nationwide, globally, here in Nassau County. And it goes into finite detail but still being a good read on each of the different budgetary items in the report. So I encourage you to take a few minutes and take a look. So the beginning part, just to turn to page 2 of the PowerPoint presentation, was really already reviewed by OMB and Andy, who did a great job. And it just restates where Nassau County is. And, you know, I feel like a broken record here, but we have audited financials for 4 years that show that we have had a surplus. And you should thank yourselves, really. Great job, all of you. 4 years of a surplus. If you turn to page 3, based on the three primary funds, which is this more comprehensive way of looking at things. It includes the general fund, but the police district and the sewer fund. We are still on track as of mid-year for a $95.3 million surplus. That does not include the CSEA and other updates. We did a quick analysis on that, Lisa and her team, and including CSEA, the CSEA contract, and some other updates, the surplus would still be $40.5 million. The next page, on page 4, Andy spoke about it, but it's the state controller's fiscal stress test, and I really think the graph tells it all. You know, if you go back and look at 2017 and 18, when the county was in the pink, which is the significant fiscal stress, what you and the administrations did to bring it down over the years, and the fact that this year we have a zero. So 14.6, I think it's 14.8 or something, gets us in no fiscal stress, which we had last year. We're down to a zero. The state controller's office could not find one thing that would indicate fiscal stress. I'm confident that next year at this time, we'll be talking about a similar number for 2023. If you turn to page 5 and we take a broad look at the economy, and as I said, please go to the report for details. Inflation has dropped significantly since mid-2022, and that's been done by increases by the Federal Reserve Bank. We are in a higher interest rate environment right now, and I'm going to just take a second to talk about that. So what do higher interest rates do? The fact is the Fed can control short-term interest rates, and they've raised the Fed funds rate to slow down the economy. It slows down lending, it slows down borrowing, right? But probably what concerns me more is longer-term interest rates, the 10-year Treasury. So the 10-year Treasury as of Friday was almost at 4.8%. That is the highest rate it has been since 2007. And what does that mean? That means investors that are going to go out into borrow, lend money to the U.S. government for a longer period of time need a greater premium in order to lend money to the U.S. government. And if we've seen in the last, since the spring, the 10-year Treasury has increased by 1.5 percentage points, just 75 basis points in the last month. So it's saying that the market is demanding a higher premium to buy U.S. debt. Why is that? China's not going to help us out. They're just not, right? Commercial banks aren't in a position right now to buy longer dated treasuries also. And that gets kind of filtered through. So right now, mortgage rates are at 7.5% roughly. And even mortgage-backed securities, which are just big securities pools of individual mortgage loans, are at the highest spread. So the amount you earn over the 10-year Treasury, since literally back in my days in the mortgage-backed securities market, so back in 2009. So it says that there is concern on 1, the federal deficit, 2, the chaos in Washington, D.C., 3, the fact that we have not contained fiscal spending in the U.S. Sadly, the one thing that is going to change that is a war. So what happened? Since Friday, 10-year Treasury yields have gone down 15 basis points, so from 480 to 465. And if this war in the Middle East continues, more people will, it's called a flight to quality. So more global investors will look at the U.S. as a safe haven for their money. So it's a very sad way to bring down long-term interest rates, but it's very possible. How that impacts Nassau County: higher mortgage rates, less lending, slower economy. And we go to the next page, on page 6. Just stay with me. And you look, sorry, I was going to hand it over to Betsy, but I'll just stay if you don't mind. So if you look at, we show you Nassau County's median household income, this was 2022 data, versus New York State versus the U.S., you can see that we're a very wealthy economy. Our families below poverty, although we'd like a 0% there, is still well below New York State in the United States. And our unemployment rate, just as of August 2023, is still below. So we do have a resilient economy, hands down. We saw on Friday, we saw some unemployment data that came out for the month of August. There was a huge increase in jobs, and the beauty of that, it was spread across all industries. So it wasn't just healthcare, it wasn't just government. It was truly spread out. Wage inflation, which is something we need to be concerned about, was, it's cooling. Total hourly earnings rose only up 0.2% for the month of August, which is a good number. You'll see when we get to sales tax, though, there is a cooling of sales tax when it comes to what's happening across the United States and even here in Nassau County. So let's go to page 7. Just to give you the overview, our review of the budget is based on these 3 primary operating funds. Your cheat sheet, which is more comprehensive than the budgeted 5 major funds. The 3 operating funds include the Consolidated General Fund, the Police District, and the Sewer and Stormwater District. Given that preface, our projection for 2024, based on these 3 primary operating funds, is a $28.8 million surplus from a budgetary basis. Then we do these gap adjustments, and we still see a $4 million surplus. I'm going to put one little caveat there. GASB 87, which is your leases, excuse me, and GASB 96, which are your subscriptions, software subscriptions, is not being factored in there, but, it'll move around a little bit. The primary driver for our revenue side of our budget, as Andy clearly stated, 41% of our revenues is sales tax. The chart on page 9, I think OMB took from us, but it indicates and gives you a historical outlook. The average increase in sales tax since 2014 has been 3.36%. If we kind of look 2018 through 2022, we did not include what could happen in 2023. And the reason I picked that time period is that's when we started receiving sales tax on internet sales is 5.83%. Our projection, and if you go to page 10, we like to do this scenario analysis because projections are as good as the piece of paper. They could change the second we stand up. We actually feel that the budget office is being slightly conservative in their projection. They took our 2023 projection, which is right on target right now, and kind of kept it flat. We actually think we're going to be a percentage higher than OMB, so instead of 1.605 billion, we're 1.619 billion, a $14 million difference. Look, if we continue to show increases like we have in the past, we only showed you up 3%, which is two columns to the right of the yellow column. We could see an additional opportunity of 58.5 million. But let's say if things slow down, which is always the risk, right? You take our projection and reduce it by 1%, you get right into where OMB is. But let's go down 3%, $32 million. You know, a contingency has been put in the budget, so we'd be okay. And I do believe OMB would be back here in front of you talking about other measures that could be done to control that. I'm going to hand it over to Lisa right now to talk about a couple just individual spots where we see some opportunity and risk.
Thank you, Controller. Good afternoon. So just very briefly, I just want to talk about some of our assumptions because I think it's important to understand how our projections are developed based on those assumptions. So consistently, the Controller's Office has looked at certain assumptions and has reported these consistently through the years that we've projected our mid-year and our budget reports. We exclude vacancies. We look at who are the onboards at the moment. And then we also include any projected police officer classes and correction classes because those have a significant impact on overtime in particular. We include the steps. We do not include the cost of any unsettled labor contracts. In this case, we included the cost of the settled labor contract for CSEA. However, due to the timing and the fact that the effect of that contract has not been yet in our financial system where we extract a lot of our data, we utilized what the budget office's projected costs and savings were for that contract. And the COBA, as we all know, COBA contract was ratified by its members last week, so that is not included in here as well. So those are some of our major assumptions that you need to take into consideration as you're looking at our projections. So we'll start with revenues. The Controller discussed sales tax. You can see that we're projecting $14.5 million surplus on the sales tax revenues. And the next item on page 11, as you see, is use of fund balance. And just to explain what use of fund balance is, and for those of you who've been up there for a long time, I'm sure you've heard me speak of this in the past. Use of fund balance is not a revenue source. It's a means to appropriate funds, but it's not a revenue source. And such, we always risk that. That's another assumption that we take out in all of our projections. We're also risking...
It's like using your savings account.
Exactly.
You didn't earn the money. I mean,
correct.
You earned it at some point, but you didn't earn it for 2023. You just saved it.
Right. It's a means to use to appropriate your funding. Fines and forfeitures, we are projecting 14.4 million risk in fines and forfeitures, and that's mainly based on historical trends. We've looked at what was budgeted in the past, what we actually collected, and kind of projected that out. So, so we have risks in like TIPFA fines and forfeitures. We're also risking the boot and tow program, and we're taking a haircut on the school bus cameras. We're also risking $11 million in departmental revenues, and that's mainly driven by the $5 million in the income and expense law, as well as GIS tax map fees. We're taking that down, again, based on historical trends. We tend to look at several years of historical trends, what was budgeted, what was actually coming in, and kind of extrapolate that data. Rents and recoveries, the main portion, the two main pieces to that risk are the disencumbrances, because similar to the use of fund balance, if you are taking in appropriations that you had basically obligated in prior years and you are eliminating that open encumbrance, that's not a revenue source. So we automatically take that out, again, being very consistent throughout the years. And that's about $7 million of that $11 million, and the rest is really sale of county property. Once again, until something is closed, we have no idea if that's achievable or not. And then the other big piece in here is the capital resources for debt. And basically what that is If you've got capital projects and you've borrowed money for those capital projects, if you haven't spent that money, those proceeds, but that project is complete, by law, you can only utilize those excess funds to pay down your debt service. So the $15 million that's budgeted, we risk that, again, being very consistent in our presentation because we don't have a list of what those projects are at the moment, and we haven't been able to review a list to see if that's feasible or not. We hope and we expect that there will be some pickup for that as we go through the ERP project, which Betsy can speak to.
A critical part of implementing a new financial software system is to clean up the old data. Apparently, data was moved over back even in 1999 that had not been cleaned. So we've got a lot of cleansing to do. And one of the projects is looking at these bond issues that have not yet spent their funds. We're hoping that that with the help of the field audit division, we're going to go through these funds and work with the departments to identify what could be released now and used to pay debt service. With regards to the overall project that we're working on, we kicked it off a year ago in September. We've spent a year of analyzing what the county does and how it does it, what we need going forward. We issued an RFP in July, and just last week was the deadline for proposals. We've gotten a decent amount of proposals from the organizations we had hoped to hear from, and we will be analyzing them over the next few months. It's going to be a long haul to do that. And then by the beginning of December, we should have identified a very small number of those proposers who we want to interview. We'll give them a month to prepare. In January, we will interview them, and in February, we hope to choose the implementer and the software that we will use going forward. At that point, it will move to the county executive and then the various approvals, a county attorney, and then the various approvals after that. So hopefully by sometime middle of next year or a little bit later, we should have a project that starts to be implemented.
And when we talk about we are analyzing, yes, the controller's department is driving this project, but the selection committee
represents the major players who have to deal with the financial
throughout
software system, and we're also working with our outside consultant, and as the comptroller mentioned, Anna Souza is the project manager for this project, and she's been doing a great job.
Thank you, Betsy. Okay, so continuing with some of the other risks and opportunities, moving down into the expenditure categories, you'll see, of course, the largest variance on here and the largest opportunity represents payroll. And as I explained in our payroll and fringe, and as I explained previously, our assumptions take into consideration, or I should say exclude certain things that are in the budget because of timing or uncertainty as to what the actual effects are going to be. We continue to early intervention. We continue to risk early intervention. We've done so for the last few years. We just, based on historical trends, what the actuals are coming into against the budget. Just remember that for early intervention, we do get a reimbursement from state aid of like 59.5% of these costs, and these costs also may be mitigated in the future. I believe that their county is looking into possible like caps on some of these costs to help cover some of these excess dollars. And the only other two large items that are on here, and one is the property tax refunds. So because we're looking at the three primary funds, the three primary operating funds, and the general fund is a consolidation of several funds, one being the litigation fund. The litigation fund doesn't have a proposed budget. However, we anticipate there being approximately $40 million remaining in that fund to be used in 2024. So with the $40 million and we anticipate that money will be paid out of the litigation fund as well as the operating fund for a total of 80. That 40 falls through because there's no budget against it. So that's why you see that. And then finally, the contingency in there, this is a contingency that is both in the sewer fund and in the general fund. At this time, based on the numbers, we don't anticipate utilizing that contingency. However, it is there, and so you'll see that as a positive, as a surplus, a potential opportunity. The only other item that I wanted to mention is in the gap adjustments. As the comptroller mentioned, these don't include GASB 87 and 96. They're very comprehensive. They take an enormous amount of effort on our part to go through all the agreements and come up with what those numbers have to be on a gap basis. But what the negative that you're seeing here is, and I'm sure you're all aware, that the pension rates are going up. So this is a function of those increased pension rates that you're seeing in the gap adjustments.
Could I talk about one possible opportunity if we all reach out to the governor? So there is something called Enhanced Federal Medical Assistance. It's little e FMAP. And basically what this is are dollars, that federal savings dollars that come into the state. And since they began, which is 20 years ago, every governor has passed through these dollars to the appropriate counties and New York City based on how much you contribute to the non-federal Medicaid match. Governor Hochul, in her budget, states that there is $625 million available in federal revenue to be used to fill the state budget holes in Medicaid, in the Medicaid program. So this is the first time in 20 years a governor is possibly, at least it's in the budget, not going to pass these dollars on to the individual counties. So basically, we, as taxpayers in counties, are offsetting the lack of fiscal management at the state level. So, OMB has budgeted the $14 million that we would lose. I am hoping, with lots of support from this room, that the governor sees the light. The New York State Conference of Counties has been extremely vocal against this idea to withhold these funds from counties. Ultimately, this could cost the counties in New York City, they estimate over $625 million. So it's a lot of money. So I'd ask, if you run into the governor, could you tell her, give us our money, because every other governor, but that is a $14 million, possibly that could show up. Thank you, Lisa.
So going to page 12, where we talk about the multi-year financial plan. So the assumptions that we make in our 2024 projections, we carry out for the 3 years. And we take into consideration other factors. Again, the projections that you'll see here will not have vacancies, will not have the unsigned labor agreements. The difference between the final year, 2027 and 2025, those same assumptions exist there. However, there are some other changes to 2027. For example, there's no pickup for the contingency because there isn't a contingency budgeted. Our sales tax projections are flat to the budget, so there's no pickup on that. And then we're also anticipating some higher early intervention and social services costs. So that's what drives the difference between the 2025 and 2027. And this is on a budgetary basis.
And then last, again, I repeat myself, we show you the way NYFA calculates actual surpluses. So you'll see from 19 through 22, even under the NYFA calculation, which is not GASB accounting, there's been surpluses. Based on our assumptions, at the mid-year, we were assuming under the NYFA calculation there would be $230 $4 million surplus. With the updates that Lisa mentioned with CSEA and other updates, it's still $186 million. And using our assumptions, running it through their calculation, we would say that next year we're going to have a $128 million budget. So I will echo surplus, excuse me, thank you, surplus. So I will echo the point that I've made here too many times, that Nassau County should not be in a control period. Questions?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your presentation. And yes, I agree with you that we should not be in a control period. But then again, I've always been vocally against NIFA, and I really would like to see them completely gone. But that's not going to happen. But maybe we can settle on no more control period, because I do believe that we are trending in the right direction.
I think we're there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just have a few like small little questions.
Please.
Okay. Going back when we look at the Nassau County economy, we look at the median household income, and we see that yes, Nassau County, we do trend higher than elsewhere in the United States, and even in New York State. Do we take into consideration then the cost of what it is to live here in the county? I mean, you know, that when you think of it, $136,000 is a lot of money. It really and truly is. But I happen to know there are young families out there right now that make even more than that, and they're just about getting by. And, you know, you read how so many of these young people, their debt, their credit card debt and everything is going up and up and up. So they're finding it tough to make ends meet. Do you take into that consideration, or is this just strictly?
This is
on the
strictly
income?
data. Yeah, it's from the census data, so no, and you're absolutely right. The cost of living,
Yeah.
it's difficult.
Yeah. So, all right. So it's good that, you know, if we can try to keep our costs down
That's
on the county.
exactly.
Yeah.
And as this budget does, again, pat yourself on the back. No property tax increases, no fee increases, you know, and we do have to watch. 41% of our revenue is sales tax, and I know NIFA has brought this up, but if you go back, and, you know, I think I've showed you before, you go back, we have data back to 2008, and, you know, the fact is with the exception of the Great Recession in 2008 and 9, and then a COVID year, sales taxes have always gone up, you know, have trended upward. So
I think what even helped even with us is that on the online sales, now we can actually we get
huge.
sales tax from that.
Yeah.
Because so many people do shop online. Right now it's Amazon Prime Day, so
Right.
whatever, and you know, whatever.
It
So
is.
a lot of people do. Like even, I mean, people order from Costco now online. I don't know. I guess I'm just that old-fashioned. I'm much older than all of you, so.
I have never ordered groceries online. I've never done it. I just can't.
Yeah, neither have I. All right, so considering, you know, I think, you know, Andy had mentioned also, like, you know, sometimes it's tough dealing with the county, and it seems that when we pay, like when we reimburse, it just seems to be like it just takes a long time. So, you know, like when we talk to agencies. But I think what was brought up when we went to the legislative breakfast for our youth services, okay? One of the issues that they have is that they have these contracts, and they are providing the service. But a lot of times, you know, when they're paying, but they're waiting for reimbursement or whatever, it takes a while. So they resort to bridge loans, okay, which then incurs an added expense for them because they have to borrow. They might borrow $30,000. I don't know, whatever amount they borrow, they're borrowing it. Is there any way that we can? I don't know if this falls under the controller or not. So I'm just pulling this out of the air. Is there any way that we can work with the agencies to try to find out how we can work with them reimburse them or pay them so that they can avoid this type of borrowing. Because as you said, interest rates are on the rise. Even the federal government is even paying higher just to borrow money.
Right, so I'd like to say a couple things, Madam Chair. One, not to sound defensive, but to give our claims department credit. If you have a purchase order claim that comes into the claims department now, that is paid out on average, Beaumont, I'm looking at you, in 7 days. 7 days, okay? That is a historical low. That's what a great job the claims division. If you have a contract claim, what's the average? 17 days. It used to be 50 days on a contract. And the only reason the difference is truly because a contract is more complicated, right, versus a purchase order. So they are doing a great job. I will say I, too, was not there when they created the RFP for certain things. And the answer is, under contracts, you can advance claims. At the same time, the risk for some of these agencies, and I'm looking this way because of opioids, you know, the risk of one-time government funds is you go out and hire all these individuals, and then after those funds go, you don't have a revenue source to continue using them. So, you know, look, it's up to the agency, it's not ours, stay in our lane, but and that's the problem sometimes with government funding. It's almost easier to use government funding in brick and mortar because it's a structure, it stays there, you don't have to worry about it. When you start using it for operating, it just becomes more difficult. But to answer your question, could our claims division be able to advance money if that's the way the RFP was written? Operationally, we could do that. Operationally, so. And I don't, is there any restrictions legally?
Yeah.
Not that we're aware of.
But that, it would be good then if you, only because.
Well, we can't. Remember,
you can't do it, but if
we
you,
process it.
But if
That's
it was a way
staying
of like
in my
providing
lane.
information when we write the RFPs, you know, and it's not just the county. That's New York State is probably, you know, from what I gather, like is even worse than we are. So although we seem to have improved our payment process,
we've improved it
Yeah.
significantly.
Yeah.
There's another idea that was brought up by Charlie. Come on up here. Brought up by. So we house in the Controller's Department the Committee for Nonprofits, and this nonprofit, the last time we met, which was a while ago, there was discussion when it comes to, what is it, validating your Board of Trustees? What's the correct term? You know, where, is it?
Oh, you're talking about disclosures?
Yes, disclosures.
Oh, the disclosure requirements, I thought.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
An issue that we have the issue that we have in the county, as you recognize, is that our disclosures have a shelf life of 6 months. And by the time a contract is written, drafted, routed through every agency, that 6 months expires. Then we have to go back to the drawing board for these disclosures. And in many instances, these disclosures, the corporations that we do business with and the nonprofits, some corporations are national. They have their headquarters in different states of the country, and other non-for-profits just take a long time to get these disclosures fully completed. It's a constant issue of missing that 6-month deadline. So when the 6 month expires, we have to go back to the drawing board, and then the contract gets delayed that further. So it takes a long time. So we've proposed to move the shelf life of these disclosures to 12 months. And we've discussed that with the administration, we've discussed that with the IG, and that seems to be a way where we'd be able to move our claims and move these contracts faster through. We wouldn't change the substance of the disclosures. We wouldn't change the requirements of the disclosures, but it simply extends the shelf life from 6 to 12 months.
And, you know, we'd like to take responsibility for the idea, but the idea really came from our nonprofits. It's just an additional burden when nothing has changed. And what could be written in there legally if there is a disclosure issue that does change within that 12-month period of time, that it would be their obligation in order to stay, you know, compliant with the contract, that they would have to notify us. And if we found out that they weren't compliant, we could always make a decision if we want to maintain that contract or not. But it really was driven from the nonprofit industry. We have a great representation. We've expanded the committee under this administration. I believe we represent every nonprofit out there. So, you know, I would greatly appreciate it if the legislature would consider that. They would, more importantly.
Hi, Comptroller.
Hi.
So, question. I'm sorry. Are you saying that before they would, this is not a renewal, this is during the actual contract period, that every six months they have to renew?
Every 6. I'll let the lawyers.
Sorry. How are you? As you know, the funding each year it goes by each year, even if they have multi-year contracts. So each year when we do an advisement, the disclosure needs to be up to speed. And although they have the continuing obligation to tell us about any changes, they have to do a new disclosure every 6 months, even if there weren't any changes. So if we were to move it to 1 year, they would have the obligation to change them if there is a change. And then each year they would simply provide us with those disclosures when those advisements have to be read so that they don't get held up. Right now, the issue is as the advisements come along, if they're out of date on the 6 months, because the advisements aren't every year for everybody, they start at different times, it's delaying when they need to route the advisements.
So I know some time ago there was an issue that was birthed right here on this floor where there was a new contract being extended to someone who already had disclosures on file, and I'm smiling because I think I might be at fault here. And so I think we didn't like that loophole that the person, and so I think we said every time there was a contract, I thought it was that contract renewal. I'm going to go back and look at it and make sure that I didn't cause this problem. Or collectively, at my request through legislation, didn't cause this problem. And then maybe if it is that, we should look at it again. But if it isn't, I think what you're explaining is something different, which I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, no other contract is required to do that. The regular contracts? DPW procurement contracts come through that same process?
It's for any new contract or anytime we look to, and I said advise, anytime we try and extend them more money, we need to make sure the disclosure is up to speed.
Okay, so that it was the legislation that we put forward not too long ago that probably
And where, like I said, where it was really brought to the forefront for us was through the nonprofit industry, which, you know, we work with so many of them, and, you know, they've been so complimentary on how quickly we pay them now. I mean, really, so appreciative. But when asked, is there anything else we can do to help you, this is a big issue for them.
So
it's a paperwork
I think it's confirmed. That was like a $500,000 contract we were going to extend without new disclosures, and it just was really, it was glaring to us. And so maybe we could look at something with lower thresholds, with lower risk, where we might be able to do something to help those entities. But we would do that. It should be done as
has to be done collectively.
Yeah, as a cohesive county, that we have all the folks who play a role in that approval process have a voice
Robert
in how we
Cleary
move forward.
Legislator, if I just may add, it's not necessarily so much the monetary threshold, although that is an issue. It's any contract or any renewal or any advisement. To move money through the contract system, to get a contract approved, you have to have these disclosures. And then at the end of 6 months, they expire, And before we get a contract fully routed and and approved and certified by this legislature, sometimes we miss the contract, the disclosure requirements have expired, and we need to start over again.
And
And
so
that's why that's what the delay is a lot of times.
Yes, and I understood that. Thank you for the clarity. I think we have to look at why it takes so long to get things routed through a process too. I think it's twofold. We did that too?
I could provide a little light into that.
No, you sit down.
Actually a committee.
Yeah, but because when a contract comes from a department, multiple departments in the county and multiple levels of approval are required. It requires budget, it requires NIFA, it requires comptroller. There are 4 different steps within the comptroller's department alone that is required for a contract to be approved. Now, I've discussed this with Mr. Cleary, the Chief Compliance Officer, and the IG. We've thought of some ways, this is for another conversation, but we've thought of some ways to narrow that. Not necessarily, it doesn't compromise integrity and oversight and transparency, but you need almost 5 people in the Comptroller's office alone to approve a contract. There may be a more narrow way to accomplish that, so we're looking at those issues.
And I will say, we have worked jointly with Robert Cleary. Nothing, this is a partnership.
We did, but I think sometimes, we had a good reason,
Right.
And at the time when we looked at this, it seemed logical to move in that direction. But now that we realize that maybe we went too far, like we all did. I mean, it's not just you, Sylvia.
You did it for good reason.
It's not you.
Right.
All right. But what I'm saying is I think that maybe this is an opportunity. And I was only looking at it for the nonprofits, but I know even with the contracts, but maybe this is something that as a group we can look at, and like you said, it shouldn't just be done in a vacuum, but bring all of the interested parties, the people that do go through the approval process. Because remember, Delia, when we were on that other call, and it was like, you go from here and it's jumped to here, and then you're gonna go over here, and then you're up to here with the IMAs. That's another, ping pong type of contract and whatever, and how long it takes, and especially with the disclosures. So I think that maybe that is something that I would.
We'll put a proposal
Right.
that will come from the county,
maybe if
not
you
from
could
us.
sort of
Sure,
bring
we'll
us
spearhead
together
that.
and bring the people that would be in the process, and we can meet with our sides and our council and actually take a look at this.
That's
because I
great.
think it is, moving forward, I think we need to re-examine this and see, and we all want to make sure that we're protecting and spending our taxpayer money properly. And I think that was the concern. But if we can achieve something where we could be a little bit kinder to everybody doing business with us, I think that, I believe, and I think a year, like you said, it's not like 5 years or whatever, where anything can happen. But maybe sometimes a year, might be a possible solution at this time. So I think it's worth a conversation. What do you think?
Oh, I agree. I learned back in Policy 101 is that you have to review your policy.
Yeah, period.
And evaluate it, and if it's not hitting the intended goal, then you have to realign. So yeah, I'm committed to doing that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Legislator Drury.
Hi, Elaine.
Hi.
I just have a quick question if we have a contract with a group, like, let's say one of the family services that treat opioids and all, we already have a contract with them. Can we then give them funding in a quicker way? Because that's what I thought the plan was with the opioid.
Can we
funding.
piggyback?
I'm sorry to keep harping on it.
Yeah,
but as
no,
you
that's
know-
okay, and I'm going to bring the experts up too, so my apologies for.
Just, I think, Karen, do you have his full name, or do you need it?
Piggyback on that?
Jeff Schoen, Deputy Controller. I believe for the ARPA funding, when you appropriated the ARPA funding, you gave the. I'm not sure on the opioid, but you just asked if there was a mechanism that you did approve certain streamlining for organizations that we already have contracts with. So you can be done, yes.
So we approved, I forget how many groups that were, it was the county executives list that we already do business with. Like, I know Jeff Reynolds Dr. Reynolds' group is one. The Safe House, there's so many, I forget all the names. Safe Center, we have, and we already have contracts with them. So my understanding was that we were going to be able to distribute the 15 million that we were going to do per year directly to them because we already are in business with them and we already have contracts with them. And fast forward, now none of the money's going out and they're saying, oh, well, they haven't filled out their disclosure forms and all this, but why do they have to if we already have a contract with them?
My recollection was on the ARPA side, I'm not sure on the opioid side that you did grant the county executive authority to give the money directly to the companies that we already, or organizations that we already had contracts with. Otherwise, it would any kind of additional funding would require those types of disclosures.
So we don't need any of this.
Well, we'd have
Let's
to check,
confirm it,
so
but I don't think we need all these, forms that Legislator Ferretti was talking about and all. I don't think we need them. I think that was the whole point of us using agencies that we already have contracts with, so we could get the money out quick.
And the question would be, was that RFP, did it allow advancements of funds, or did it have to be
I gotta tell you,
reimbursements?
and
So I don't.
you have to confirm it, because I don't want to go with my memory, but I never heard
Yeah.
reimbursement in
Yeah.
any of that. And I just tried to reach out to a couple people, I haven't confirmed it yet, but I never heard the word
Yeah,
reimbursement.
we could take a look too.
It wasn't supposed to be because it's such an urgent issue. I mean, we can't, like Legislator Bino said, these guys are operating on a shoestring budget, and a lot of them don't have the funding to, and I'm sorry, but to worry about them hiring people and not being able to keep them, they're
No,
people
it's
that
their-
have been
their
in business
business.
for 20 years.
Right.
They know what they're doing.
Right.
And right now, there's such an urgency. The hope is, if we do get their agencies boosted up, maybe the need won't be as bad in a couple of years. So we can't sit here and say, oh, you shouldn't hire people, or oh, you should let them do what they know what
That's
to do.
exactly.
But
It's
that
their
was the whole
business.
point, I
Right.
thought, of us choosing those agencies that we already do business with, we already have contracts with, just to get the money out. And now we're not getting the money out. So if there's a way that you could check into that, I would really appreciate it.
We can look at the RFP, and I will say, if a claim comes in or an advancement is needed, we will do our best to expedite those also. So,
The other quick question, you're okay with the 1.5 increase in sales tax?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, we got to watch it. If you look so we're in the third quarter. Remember the way sales tax, Lisa has trained me well. We get checks all the way into February, correct? So we're really not in the fourth quarter yet. We're kind of in that third quarter. And the fact is we've seen a decrease here in sales tax growth in Nassau County from the beginning of the year. So it's something we have to watch. I mean, it's probably the thing that I look at the closest because it does have an impact. The good news is that scenario analysis that I showed you. So say we go down 3%, right? It's $35 million. $35 million is a lot of money on a $3.9 billion budget. You can work with that. So, obviously if there was some extreme, but I know, and I don't want to talk about opioid reserves, but the other reserves that we have set aside for litigation, for tax certiorari, that's exactly why you do set aside reserves. I know you talked about reserves at length. I will tell you, when I was a local mayor, we did not have a policy in place that talked about what was the amount in New York State, at least for the villages. We don't believe for counties. Andy may have said differently. Really doesn't give you any guidance on what it is. So we went out and kind of did a survey and spoke to what we believe were experts in the field, what best practices were at the village level. And, it was anywhere from 3 to 6 months of operating budget based on your budget. Now, that would be huge, okay? $3.9 billion budget. But And then we put a cap of no more than 20% of our operating budget. So, there are best practices out there. And I know Andy does not want to just keep building up these reserves, but, you know, on the offside, as Legislator Moulet said, you know, those reserves are really important, and if we do go into an economic downturn, it will be those reserves that will be needed. So I feel like we have a good balance. I'm going to take out opioid and ARPA out of that.
It's a good practice, but it has to be money that's allocated for
yes,
operational, or whatever you want to say, not for something that is for like opioid
right.
funding or ARPA
right.
funding.
We don't want to be paying
just
our.
So you know, I always ask the controller every time we do a budget if they feel comfortable with the sales tax.
Good.
Because I know that that's like a wild number. Like we have no control
It's a wild
really of
number.
predicting it. So
That's
I
why
just
we show you
wanna-
scenarios.
I want to make
Yeah.
sure, because if they're predicting that the sales tax might go down nationwide, at least, you know, us increasing a little bit goes a little counterintuitive, but okay.
Well,
do it.
you know, the question is you have inflation. So this is where we got our level of comfort. We're saying slightly over what we believe is going to come, 1% over what we believe is going to come in, 2% over what we believe is going to come in 2023. Well, we still have inflation at 3.7%. So inflation alone, just don't forget that. Prices just go up because of inflation. So some of that revenue generating is that. What I don't want is to see a report come out from NYFA saying that this county is relying too heavily on sales tax. The fact is every government throughout New York State and probably throughout the nation are relying on sales tax. And the fact is, if you look at a historical trend, sales tax has been an extremely dependable revenue source. So I'm tired of reading that in their report. Sorry.
Legislator Drucker?
Oh, I think I forgot my question.
Sorry. Legislator Drucker, sorry,
Thank you, Madam
Arnie.
Chair. This is unrelated, Elaine, and Elaine, thank you.
You're welcome.
I recently had a meeting with Jeffrey Clark, the Commissioner of Office of Community Development, and we were talking about this housing down payment initiative program that the county has to assist first-time home buyers. Are you aware? And it's supposed to restart again in December, in which the county will provide funding, but it's impacted by HUD HUD restrictions, and once it is in place, it's going to result in monies that are being paid out. I just wanted to know if you're aware and if it's factored into your budget at all.
I am not aware of it, so I wouldn't want to opine on it.
It's a program that the county has offered in the past.
Right.
Down payment assistance program in partnership with the Office of Community Development to provide this assistance to first-time home buyers.
And I wonder, and I'm speculating, if it's similar to early intervention where, as Lisa mentioned, 60% of that is reimbursed from the state. In this case, HUD, it would be from federal dollars. But do you know?
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Good.
actually have some experience with that program. I used to run it when I worked for Long Island Housing Partnership. It's a down payment assistance program, and it's fully funded by home money. So
Oh,
it's
it
money
is.
that comes in through the home funds.
Okay.
Through that office, and so it would be allocated in their overall budget.
So we're really administrating it versus funding it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I do have another question, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. So I wanted to know how we were doing with hotel motel money in terms of getting that money in from the operators, and if we feel that we need to have a higher level of enforcement, or are we feeling that the information that we're getting tied to the amounts paid correlate?
So I don't know if you know, but we're actually in auditing the hotel motel money. So I want to be careful how much I say,
Say no more.
until the report.
Tell me later.
But I
In the
can tell you
report.
later. But I
Yeah.
will say that overall, they do an excellent job, okay? Were some administrative policies might have got lost, particularly during COVID? The answer is yes. And we've spoken to them about that, and they are the first to agree to say yes. So, there's the potential that we're going to claw back, but the dollar amounts that we're going to claw back are minimal. I mean, they're taxpayer dollars, so we have to get them back, okay? If they advance money, the people did show up, or they didn't stay as long, those are our tax dollars. But we're talking tens of thousands of dollars, not hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, so, but we feel like so everybody's in compliance, in other words, because at some point we had some venues that weren't in compliance, like I think the former Westbury Music Fair, now known as NYCB, wasn't paying.
That's a separate issue.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
okay.
that's what I was referring to.
Okay. I don't even know, what is this issue? What is Westbury?
I'm referring to the tax revenue that we derive from hotel, motel stays and tourism and that kind of funding that comes in.
Yeah.
So that was the funds that I was referring to. I was wondering whether we feel that the operators are
You know what?
providing timely payments and reporting and that kind of thing.
So ask the Treasury Department. That is a
That's the
treasurer's
treasurer's
function.
question?
Yes, that goes
All right.
directly
And
into
then
that.
the only
But I
last
did
one-
give you a little heads up on an audit that's coming out too.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And
Yeah.
then the one last thing, the fines and forfeitures, I think they said TIFA was the major contributing factor to that?
Yes. What we basically did is, as you know, like fines and forfeitures is a big chunk of what, the county collects. So we looked at historically over the last several years, what's been budgeted, what's actually been collected. We look at run rates, we talk to the departments. So I know that they had some operational issues with the transitioning of some software. So they're definitely lagging behind. And based on those historical trends, we've said that, we think that they're not going to achieve those numbers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure, of course.
Legislator Giuffre?
Thank you, Controller. The gap adjustment that you mentioned earlier, that was because of the FMAP impound? Tell me, what was the gap adjustment?
Okay, so the county's financial system is on a budgetary basis. So in order for us to issue our financial statements, we have to convert all that data to meet generally accepted accounting principles. And one of the things that the county does is when we pay our pension bill, we pay it on, it's recorded in our financial system on a cash basis, basically, right? We pay the bill, we record the expenditures typically in February of every year, because that's when it's due to the state. But the state's invoicing is on the state cycle. So the state's fiscal year is April 1st to March 31st. The county's is on calendar year. So what we have to do is every year we book a gap adjustment to reflect 25% of one of the bills and 75% of the other. So this year, because of the increase in rates, the projected 2025 invoices are coming in much higher. And so a portion of that impacts the gap adjustment.
There's a great, in the regular report that's on the right side, on page 9, legislator, you can take a look.
Could you tell me a little bit about, I heard FMAP come up.
Yeah.
And my question particularly concerns, I saw, and I remember there was a letter that Senator Borrello wrote in February where he put some numbers in there, and it was about the amount of money owed to counties from 2017 was $1.2 billion. I don't know how much of that is owed to Nassau. and then there's a current amount that is being withheld, or that is under the governor's budget.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what you're referencing. This FMAP, the little e, the enhanced FMAP is what I was referencing. And I have a great piece from the New York State organization of NISAC, of counties, that I would be more than glad to share with all of you. Because it's, I mean, you know, they're estimating the 4-year cost to local taxpayers anywhere from $2.5 billion to $2.9 billion. Now that's, you know, pumped up. You know, on an annual basis, it's $625 million in federal Medicaid savings that are currently distributed into the counties in New York City, $280 million to counties, $345 million to New York City. So the only good news out of this impacts New York City by $345 million. So I'm hoping politically or from a lobbying standpoint, New York City will be front and center up in Albany talking about this, in addition to NISAC.
Right, so we're all in the same boat in a sense, the
Yeah.
city as well as the
Yes,
counties.
yes, we really are. But it's in the budget, and the budget has been passed. And it truly states that this is a federal, you know, found money from the federal government to offset state costs.
But it's not being shared with the counties.
Right. So,
So-
you know, this isn't found money. This money has been there for 20 years, and every governor in the last 20 years has passed this federal savings on to local government.
And how much would that, if it was passed on to Nassau County, how much?
It's $14 million Andy budgeted this year that he is not going to receive, which is why I said it's a potential opportunity. And I believe over the course of 4 years, and I need to fact check myself, I think it totals out to be about 27 million, 26 and a half is what I remember.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so it's real dollars.
No, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's real dollars. That offsets sales tax.
Right, and the budget, though, reflects the fact that we're not getting that.
Yes, I confirmed with Andy this morning that he has expensed. He does not have the 14 million on the revenue side.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you always for having
the
us.
presentation. It was very thorough, and thanks for answering all of our questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see everybody.
I think.
Thank
And then we're just going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, 5-minute break, all right? So then the next step will be the district attorney's office for presentation.
No question on our budget, so good. I don't think they're going to question us. I think they're going to. No, but it was nice of her to be here, and it was great that we got that in there. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. I'll send that article over.
Yeah, I'll send you the I'd like to see it. Good to see you again.
Good article. It's a great article. Yeah, good. Lisa, you know legislator.
Who's the person?
Oh, yep, loading up right now. Let's leave a little bit to mystery. That's pretty simple. Literally just do right part. Yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah, but as I'm talking, it'll be easier for me.
Okay.
At some point, if I say, just can you bring it back to the beginning, just bring it back to the beginning.
Okay.
These two right here, right?
Yep. He's just afraid I'm gonna go past, thank you.
This is wireless mic.
Must be.
Maybe you just follow my screen, how's that? I'm just gonna start talking on it, go, you just follow my screen.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's easy. Also remember when we're already using it, when we're saying that it's like 1.4, if at 900 and some thousand, it's also 500,000 now.
Is it supposed to fix that number? No, it is 1.4, but 900 of it is.
It's correct. Also remember, 500,000
is for the
radios that we've also put in the capital budget. So what you can always do, right, is after 3 minutes, say, I notice my 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Sitting here, it's almost claustrophobic. Back there, it doesn't seem right.
They have certain lines that they want to talk about in the budget, we can talk about that, because I'm not prepared to talk about specific numbers, like if they ask about equipment or. No, if they do, people start to ask for that, because I'm not really familiar, I didn't really look at the numbers all that carefully.
I guess I am. representing. Debbie and I are representing. Here we are. We're going to sit here. They're coming back, and they can hear you on the inside. Are we ready? Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, and I guess you could. They'll hear you in the back. We actually have speakers in the back, in the caucus rooms, so that if they're not present, they will hear you in the caucus room. Okay.
We're not offended.
Okay. If you want to start. All right. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished members of the legislature. It's my pleasure to present to you the District Attorney's budget for 2024. My name is Brian Lee. I'm an executive ADA in charge of administration at the District Attorney's Office. Also with me today is Dennis McDermott. He's the Director of Finance. This will be a very brief presentation. Our proposed budget for 2024 is a little over $58 million, $58.5 million. And this request is a slight increase over the budget that was approved last year of $57.1 million. It is a $1.4 million increase over last year's budget, representing approximately 2.5%. This is a nominal increase request, and we believe that this is required for effective administration and operation of the office. We are trying to be fiscally responsible during these times. In terms of headcount, we are asking for 458 full-time staff members for the District Attorney's Office. This is a number that is lower, actually, than last year, and I'll explain that in greater detail. It's more consistent with what we were asked for, what we got back in 2022. Currently, we have 428 staff members, 218 of which are ordinance employees, 167 CSCA employees, and 43 IPBA employees. We are currently operating with a reduced headcount, and that's the reality. We are still recovering from the loss of personnel in the last 2 years. Just to give you some numbers, since January 1st of 2022, we have lost over 113 ADAs, prosecutors. We call that the Great Resignation. That's been experienced throughout the state. We have a current staff of ADAs that around 200. For us to lose that many in a course of 20 months is astounding. But yet, we were able to persevere. We hired approximately 100 assistant district attorneys during that time. But what we lost in terms of experience, we could not gain from hiring brand new ADAs. So it is a time of transition for us. It's a difficult time for us. But having said that, we are doing remarkably well. And just to explain, in this next slide, you'll see that the caseload for the county, including misdemeanors and felonies, are on the increase. We did experience a lull, a decrease in the caseload during the pandemic years, starting in 2020 onto 2021 and 2022. But the projections for 2023, and these are projections are provided for by the OCA, and not district attorney's numbers, these are the court numbers. We're expected to reach 37,521 felony and misdemeanor cases, which surpasses what we had prior to the pandemic in 2020, 2018 and 2019. Despite the increasing number of caseloads that the ADAs are required to handle, if you think about if we have diminished number of ADAs, they're handling more cases than ever before. I want to show you a graph that really demonstrates the remarkable performance of the District Attorney's Office in the past couple of years. What we have here is the dismissal rate, again, provided by the OCA, which shows the dismissal rate for all of the counties in blue, New York City in orange, and our office in gray. You'll see that in 2019, we were pretty much consistent with, in terms of dismissal rate, with the counties throughout New York State and New York City. And in 2020, that's the time when we experienced the pandemic, as well as the discovery and bail reform. We saw a spike in the number of dismissals for the state and for the city, New York City. But you see, for our office, it actually decreased to 34%. In 2021, those numbers are more staggering because you see that the dismissal rate for the state is 55%, 69% for the city, but our office was at 38%. And in 2022, we continue to be remarkable in the sense that the New York State level was 50%, city percentage was 62%, and our office was at 34%. Now translate this dismissal numbers into vis-a-vis conviction rate. If the case is not being dismissed, they're being disposed of with guilty pleas, trials, and so the conviction rates have remained staggeringly leveled and high compared to the rest of the state. And this is remarkable in light of what I just told you about the number of ADAs that we lost. Over 60% of the staff was lost in the past 20 months. Yet, with the newly hired staff, we're able to accomplish this level of efficiency. Despite our efforts, I don't want to give the impression that we're out of the woods. By operating with a reduced staff level, it can have a negative impact on the quality of prosecution, public safety, and retention. And the challenges that we are facing in hiring new ADAs really stem from a couple of things. One is the competition that we're facing from our adjoining neighbors, New York City as well as Suffolk, but also because they're becoming very competitive. For instance, we just found out about a month ago that Suffolk DA's office is offering $10,000 more than our office for starting salary for ADAs. It's really hard for us to compete at that arena where they're offering $10,000 more to go to an adjacent district attorney's office. New York City, by comparison, pays about $5,000 more than the Nassau County DA's office. But we're not just having difficulty hiring ADAs just because of the salary levels. The climate that we're in terms of what an ADA is expected to do, have sort of been communicated to law students that the ADA's job is no longer what it was in the past. Less time is spent in the courtroom, but more time is spent in your offices doing discovery. And they do a lot of discovery. A lot of their time is spent compiling discovery. A lot of their time is once you compile it, you have to disseminate that information to the defense. It's becoming very, very taxing for the ADAs. And that may explain why there's so much resignation in our office, in addition to the basic climate that prosecutors no longer wear the white hat. We are perceived as sort of, I don't want to use the word enemies, but no longer are perceived as ones pursuing justice, but just trying to get numbers and put behind bars. That is the furthest from the truth. Truth of the matter is we have dedicated ADAs that are pouring their hearts and souls into their jobs to do justice. And those that stayed are examples of ADAs and committed ADAs who are charged with the task of carrying out justice for our victims in the county. We are also experiencing hiring more crime victim advocates and discovery expediters, as well as support staff, because until the new contracts came out, we had great difficulty hiring civil servants at a starting salary of $28,000, $26,000 for legal secretaries and paralegals. For example, I think we must have interviewed over 100 legal secretaries and attorney assistants the past 20 months. We're able to hire 12 out of hundreds. And the main reason why they're not taking the job is because we're offering so little in terms of starting salary. Now, we're very hopeful that with the new contract that's coming out, that's going to change. But when you look at the new contract, it's going to take a year or two when the starting salary levels are high enough for them to be lucrative or attractive for new hires. But nevertheless, just want to reiterate that we are trying our best. We're trying our best to recruit. We are working tirelessly to carry out justice, to do our cases, and protect the victims of this county. So we ask that you approve the budget that we requested for the reasons stated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and, for your presentation. Are you able, in the budget that you proposed, for the DA's office, did you include in that the increase of starting salaries for the ADAs that you want to hire? So that you're more competitive with Suffolk?
We learned of the Suffolk County DA's office increase right after we put in our budget request. I would say the day that we did it, so we couldn't go back and change all the numbers. But we did talk to OMB, Andy Persich in particular, about the possibility that if we are struggling to hire ADAs because of the increase in adjoining counties, that we will come back to OMB and to the legislators to ask for more money, if that is necessary.
Would you know, like, just off the top of your head, what you think that cost would be if you had to increase it?
If we were to try to match Suffolk County, for instance, at $10,000, of course, you can't just look at it in a vacuum. You can't just give $10,000 more for the starting class because that impacts the entire office, right? Everyone would have to get bumped up.
Right.
The other struggle that we have in terms of salary for the district attorney's office is that the district attorney's salary is set by statute. It is commensurate with the Supreme Court justices' salary, which haven't been raised since 2019, is currently at $210,900. What that does is, because we don't believe that any ADA, line ADA, should make more than a district attorney's office, what that does is pushes up all of the employees towards that number without being able to go over that number. So it's hard to calculate how much money we'll need, but hopefully next year there is some talk of a committee being formed by the OCA to ask for an increase in the salary for Supreme Court justices, which may alleviate some of our salary structure and the burdens that's incumbent upon the current salary structure that we have.
So not only the Supreme Court justices, but you're saying the DAs throughout New York State?
That's right.
Are not, they're stuck at the salary level and that's it?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like all of them?
All of them. All elected DAs all elected DAs in New York State make the same amount of money, $210,900.
Wow. Well, good luck on that. I hope you're able to succeed and do get the increases, because our DA does work, very hard. And I still am always eternally grateful that she went after that contract that built a lot of people out of a lot of money. And, for us, it was justification, because after Sandy, a lot of people lost a lot of money to unscrupulous contractors and nothing was done to them. So
thank you.
Now, I just want to bring up, because I know that with your CSEA workers, and from what I gather, you have a number of them that were hired, like after 1999, or whatever it, maybe, I'm really going back, but just recently. And they are going to be impacted by the change in getting your medical benefits from 10 to 20 years. Do you know offhand how many employees you would have? They would be your CSEA workers, and they would be your support staff, right?
Yes.
You're trying to hire. Because you have a potential of maybe losing those people because they aren't going to stay for the 20 years, because some of them might be old enough to leave, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm. It will be, we'll see in 2 years when it goes into effect in 2016. We anticipate that probably 24 employees will have to make a very tough decision as to whether to stay on or to leave. And, what they're struggling with, what I've heard from the employees, is that there are a number of employees in our office that have the 10 years but don't have the 20. Right. So they feel like they're vested in the 10, but they don't have the 20. And now they're going to be required to stay up to 20. So I see the unfairness in that, but I know that this was a negotiated contract. All parties were represented. There is good and bad in the contract in terms of what the CSE employees see. So,
well, a highest
yes,
salary.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Their tiers have been bumped up as well, so they're getting more money. Yeah, the contract is a very, very good contract, you know, so we're not even questioning that.
Right. Mhm.
But I'm just curious, and I'm hoping that maybe prior to 2026, that maybe something can be resolved to make it so that these employees, a lot of them will stay regardless if it's 10 years or 20 years, but hopefully that we're able to get it so that they don't have to make that difficult decision in 2026.
We hope so.
Because it's, you know, you gave a great presentation. You could see how well-run the district attorney's office is running, and it's credit to all of you, and especially to Ann Donnelly. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any Legislator John Ferretti?
Thank you, Legislator Ford, and thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Earlier, you indicated the district attorney's salary. Did I hear correctly? So no ADA makes more than the district attorney?
That's correct. Mhm.
Is that a county policy? Is that a DA policy?
No, it's not a DA policy, but you'll find that in most offices throughout the state, that is the rule. I'm not sure if it's a written rule, but, you know, in terms of just being reasonable, we know that the district attorney works nonstop. She works 7 days a week. And we think it's unfair that someone should make more than the boss when we don't have the hours that the boss keeps. So that is something that we internally believe in. And a lot of the DA's offices, I would say 95% of the DA's offices adhere to that rule. When I say a rule, I guess it's a policy.
Okay. I think if we had that rule in the legislature, we'd have no staff.
Oh, goodness.
Aside from that, though, Suffolk County, 10,000 more starting salary. How about Queens, Brooklyn? Are they in the same boat, or?
So
higher or
Suffolk
lower?
just went to 80,000. We're at 70. We just upped it to 70. And the city is at 76.
So they're higher also?
Yes.
So this, okay, right, it's a city. It's not broken into Queens.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Legislator Schaefer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Very comprehensive. Couple of sort of extrinsic comments or just questions I have. The OCA predictions that you presented, are those typically accurate?
I have no reason to believe they're not accurate. They're posted, it's made public, and they're updated constantly.
Okay. Okay. So it's something you use, that's why obviously it's in your report, because you can kind of rely on it? Or
Of course.
you
I can't rely on the OCA to give me numbers. I don't know who I could rely on.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. And you're looking for 30 more to hire, is that correct?
30 more higher, yes. To get to, let me just break down where we were.
So 458, you said, right?
Right, 458. If you just get to this slide. We want to get to 458, but as you can see, we're currently at 428. And I discussed with everyone here the difficulties that we're having in hiring. But if we get to, right now I believe we have 218 ordinance employees, most of which are ADAs. We do have some other non-ADA ordinance employees. We need to maintain that number, and that's the struggle. We just hired a new class. They just started in September, 26 ADAs. So we're at a high right now, but slowly we're going to start losing ADAs. But since we don't hire throughout the year, we hire a mid-year class, about 5 or 6, and a large class in September. We have to survive until we get to that. The only other mechanism is to hire lateral ADAs, but that's very difficult too.
Right, okay. And so the 30 additional personnel is a mixture of maybe support staff and ADAs that you're looking for?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, okay, so my other topic was animal crimes. Okay. So we haven't heard much about that. In the past, we used to, see there were press conferences and, people, when they were arrested or, they obviously knew they had rescued an animal that had been, injured or whatever, legs cut off or, really lovely things like that. There were press conferences, and we haven't seen any of that in a while. And I was wondering, what's happening in that area? Are there cases that are being, resolved, and will there be any press conferences? Because, or just some awareness made, because I think it's important. I think people tend to forget and who they can call or what they can do about it, and even if it's, I know it's usually involving the Nassau County SPCA, and so I think I happen to know a couple people involved in that, and I think that they always appreciated that connection with your office and the ability to show what they're doing and what they're doing and what you're doing, you know, in that arena, because, you know, like it or not, animals are important
Sure,
to
absolutely.
so many people, especially in this county. And I just think it's important to make sure you keep people aware of who's taking care of the people that are doing the things they shouldn't be doing.
Okay. I assure you that just because we are not doing more press releases as we have done in the past does not mean that we're not vigorously prosecuting these cases. In fact, we have the same level of staffing for the Animal Crimes Unit. In the past, we had 4 ADAs, 1 paralegal, and 2 investigators, and that's been consistent throughout. We currently have 1 unit chief, 4 ADAs, 2 of which are at the felony level, 2 of which are at a misdemeanor level, 1 paralegal, and 2 investigators devoted to that unit. Compared to last year, I think we had 10 cases, animal cruelty cases last year. To date, we have 7. We do have a couple of investigations that are currently pending, and I think from one of the investigations, you will see a press release because it involves dogfighting. So I don't want you to be concerned that we're not prosecuting these cases. We are. We just haven't had an opportunity to do a press release, but nothing has changed. We are still actively investigating and prosecuting these cases.
Okay. Now, I know that the SPCA is like a private organization. It's not the county, even though it's referred to as Nassau County SPCA. Does the DA's office provide any funding for them out of the budget, or they don't? I'm not sure how that works. I know they do fundraising for things, obviously.
Sure. I don't think we have direct monies that are going from our office to that particular agency, but we have done an autopsy, necropsy it's called, on one of our cases that we've assisted with in terms of funding.
One more thing. There is a memorandum of agreement with the county police, SPCA, and DA where we do reimburse, if nothing else, a lot of the expenses that go towards animal care, treatment, etc., for things that do become criminal matters.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And is that's still in effect?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any expiration on it or no?
They're working on a new one right now.
Okay.
But we're still valid.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Starting salary is $70,000 for an ADA?
It is actually $68,000 if you haven't passed the bar. It becomes $70,000 once you pass the bar.
And how long a commitment are you required to give?
3 years.
3 years. Do you track the exact number of resignations, which you track the resignations and you gather the reasons why they're resigning, correct?
Sure, to the best of our ability.
What percentage of the resignations are due to financial considerations? Like you have, for example, a head of household who's starting out at a law school, opportunity to work in the DA's office is optimum experience. But, if you're, after 3 years, you're making $75,000 and you have a family or young children, not so feasible. So do you track the percentages of resignations that are due to financial, rather than you put out there that it's due to stress from discovery requirements?
When we talk to the ADAs who are leaving, they do cite finances as one of the reasons.
How many?
I would say about half of the ADAs are leaving for firm jobs.
Right.
The other half are leaving for other government jobs that are some are leaving for other DA's offices, some are leaving for non-DA's office jobs. For instance, they're leaving for a clerkship. They may be leaving for some other agency, like the federal agencies, local agencies that don't have the demands of the caseload or the discovery demands or discovery compliance demands that they have. But you're right. I would say half the ADAs cite the reason for their leaving as one of the reasons being finances.
And you have data to support the 50%?
Well, what we do is we do ask ADAs who are willing to speak to us when they leave as to the reasons for leaving. Whether they're forthright with us, they will cite reasons for why they're leaving. Some will say it's because it's just the demands of the jobs are very high. Some will say, like what you just pointed out, that they have a family to take care of. But we don't keep like exact statistics, but based upon my experience in speaking to other executives and tracking how many people are leaving, we've had a number of people leave. A lot of people leave last year. So we had a lot of opportunities to speak to people and get some feedback.
I understand, and it is regrettable, don't get me wrong, but when you put out a PowerPoint and you put down in bold letters due to stress from discovery demands, I think that's a little misleading, especially since you don't keep the data and it's an estimate by you based on conversations with third parties.
It is a conversation with them, not so much.
What was I going to say? What percentage of your staffing, your support staff, has that increased in terms of helping out the ADAs with discovery demands so that they're freed up a little bit more?
We have a title called Discovery Expediters that we started hiring back in 2019. And their exclusive role is to assist ADAs in helping out with discovery compliance. The issue that I see with the Discovery Expediters is they don't stay very long. Again, I'm not sure if it's because
$28,000.
Yes, that's right. The starting salaries for Discovery Expediter, I think, is a little bit higher. I think it's $30,000. So it's not very attractive in terms of longevity. They stay maybe a couple of years they're out of college. They may take the job, but they seem to get the experience and go elsewhere. The other thing I would like to mention is that throughout the county, we have that position, Discovery Expediters, in other municipalities that pay more. I guess they have their own contract. For instance, I believe Hempstead offers maybe $10,000 more. There's other agencies throughout the county that we're competing with, local counties, local towns and cities that are sort of attracting our Discovery Expediters for more pay.
You mentioned that the differential between Nassau and the New York City boroughs is about $5,000. I would suggest that you check out the data as they get promoted into other positions, supervisors, deputy bureau chiefs, and bureau chiefs. I think the differential is a lot different than $5,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. What percentage, we'll talk about dismissals, what percentage of your dismissals is due to 30-30 mandates?
I don't have those figures. I try to get those numbers, 30-30, but I can tell you that our office, we work very hard to avoid 30-30 dismissals.
For sure.
Yes, because that is something that the DA has expressed to the staff, that she will not tolerate 30-30 dismissals. A lot of our dismissals are because of uncooperative nature of our complainants or victims in the case, and some of which are discovery compliance dismissals, meaning that we have failed to gather the information that's required under the new law in a timely fashion. So that is a constant struggle.
No, I know for a fact I have people I know who are in DA's offices in the boroughs, and the stress of trying to comply with the discovery demands and avoid the 30-30 dismissals is very real. So, yeah, I understand. One of the things that's particularly important to me, and I'm sure everyone else here, hate crimes. So one of the things that disturbs me about prosecuting hate crimes, because I think they should all be prosecuted independently and as a felony, but they have to be piggybacked or joined with an underlying predicate felony in order for the hate crime to be prosecuted as a felony. In other words, painting a swastika on a school bench may not be a felony in and of itself, which it should be, and I would appeal to our state representatives to see if we can do something under the criminal procedure law to mandate or to classify it as a felony independently. But, in your office, you're constrained by state law, I understand that, but would you agree that that's difficult? You'd like to prosecute a lot of these hate crimes independently, but you can't because it has to be an underlying predicate felony?
That's correct.
Can
Yes.
you elaborate on that?
Well, you are absolutely correct that we are bound by the New York State penal law, which says that a hate crime, you still have to have the underlying predicate crime, whatever that may be, a misdemeanor or a felony, and it bumps it up one grade up. So if it's a misdemeanor, you could treat it as a B misdemeanor as an A misdemeanor. If it's a Class E felony, then it's a Class D felony, but for sentencing purposes only. But by and large, hate crimes are difficult cases to prosecute. Some are very, very apparent in nature, but some are not very apparent in nature. You could have a robbery case based upon the nature, the parties involved. You may think it's a hate crime, but because we have to prove motive, and that's the difficulty in proving any type of hate crime, you have to prove that the person had a bias or motive based upon race, gender, nationality, or religious belief. But that's hard to do because that needs to be articulated during the commission of the crime, which rarely happens. So in addition to having the underlying crime that you have to prove to bump it up to felony, whether you have an independent statute that says anything in which you have a graffiti of a swastika is a felony, that would make our jobs easier. It would. But at the same time, we're bound by what we have in terms of the law. I'm not sure that's going to change, but I see you're in a position to change it if that can.
But the fix is in Albany, correct?
It is. It is.
Would you say that your office with this budget is adequately funded to deal with the rise and surge in hate crimes in Nassau County?
We are. Currently, we have a hate crimes unit that's comprised of the unit chief, 2 ADAs who are felony experienced ADAs, 2 misdemeanor ADAs, and then we also have a paralegal who is involved with hate crimes as well. And we've had hate crimes units since February of 2017. And every year, we work with the police department in identifying cases that could be potentially hate crime. We go out and we conduct investigation, if post-arrest mostly. But our hate crimes unit primarily functions as a mechanism to educate the public and to train our staff and to train anyone else, agencies that are involved as to what hate crimes is and to how to report those crimes when that happen. I personally have gone with hate crime unit chiefs to schools, to churches, to speak to them. We've had incidents of bias in some of our high schools. We've been there. We are on the ground talking to school administrators, synagogues, churches, community centers, talking about all of that. We recently received, I want to say October of last year, funding from the federal government, a tune of $100,000 a year to buttress our hate crimes unit capacities. The only restriction is that the money has to be spent as a supplement, not to supplant the current staff. So we have to hire someone new to be in that unit. But that's a difficult thing to do when you're trying to hire someone solely for the purpose of doing hate crimes unit. We already have a very robust, dedicated team. So that's something that we need to discuss in terms of internally discuss to figure out how to utilize that money. We think that the best way to use that money is for training, educational purposes.
But you are, in fact, prosecuting cases.
Of course.
When you have a case that meets the criteria, you're prosecuting them.
Absolutely.
And I think, as someone who deals with this issue, unfortunately, sadly, almost on a daily basis now, I think it's important for the public to see that our DA's office is not hesitant to prosecute these cases. And, accountability has to be had here. And I think it's important for your office, and I appreciate you going out and speaking. And I've been to a lot of events where your office has representatives educating people about it. But as we can see, it's not working. And it needs to have more teeth to it. And again, it's back to what I said earlier. We need to have changes made in Albany. But we also need to not be hesitant to bring some of these cases to trial. Sometimes not every case is a perfect case to go to trial, but sometimes it's like a poker and you don't have to show your hand until the last possible minute. But I think it's important to show perpetrators and purveyors of this hatred, that when they get caught, a price will be paid.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just had a piggyback on what Laura was speaking about. Would it be helpful to you, just so we could get the information out? You know, we will send out newsletters or e-teams or whatever. If there's anything that you could share with us in regard to the animal issues, because for many people, sometimes I feel like their focus on animals is more important than their focus on people. But for all of our residents to know, you know, what's happening, what's been done, and also it gives them the opportunity to know who they might reach out to if they see an incident happening, that they know that they can notify, you know, the SPCA, they can reach out to our offices, they can, you know, that it will be taken further than just, you know, to kind of shut a blind eye. And that goes for all of our issues, but, you know, I know you said that's something you really haven't kept up on. There might be a press conference coming up soon, but, you know, if you could send that over to us, that's something we could put out there.
Sure, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
We do have a website, a DA website, in which we have a complaints unit that will take any calls regarding any crimes.
Right, and
And
we could share that too, you know, because oftentimes we, you know, kind of cover, like if it's public safety, or we're covering, like sending out a health kind of information, but, you know, we can add that to wherever it fits, and maybe be helpful to you too.
Of course.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I can just add to that, I'm sorry. Just as Legislator Drucker was saying, similarly, you know, then it shows that there are consequences. You know, we know that you are addressing those, but so the public knows that there are consequences for those things.
Right.
Thank you.
Legislator Ferretti.
Just one last inquiry.
Sure.
The 68,000 before you're admitted, 70,000 for the new attorneys. Has that been, how long has that salary been the case?
We just increased that this past year.
What was it?
It was 62 to 68.
Wow, so it's about a little less than 10%.
Yes.
And what about for the new attorneys? When they get admitted, it's 70 now, what was it?
It was 68.
So that went up 2,000.
Yes.
But those that are not admitted went up 6,000.
Yes, we try to bridge that gap because we try to incentivize non-admitted attorneys to get their paperwork in when they pass the bar. But I think, you know, we got rid of that, and now we try to close the gap between unadmitted attorneys and admitted attorneys. There are certain things that unadmitted attorneys cannot do, like going to the grand jury, things of that nature. So we want to accelerate their process to become admitted attorneys so we could utilize them fully. So we wanted to incentivize them, but at this point, we're falling behind our competition in terms of our salary. So we're going to make some change. We try to make some changes to address that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you,
and,
everyone.
Really appreciate you answering our questions.
No, Murph's in the middle.
Did you have any PowerPoints you're using?
No, I gave them all a handout. I think they all have it. You all have the handout, right?
We have, yes.
Oh, there's a, don't we have,
I'm good.
I
How
gave
about
him.
you?
Why did he make copies for? I gave him copies.
afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
I'm ready to go?
you've got the floor.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving us this time to talk about our 2024 proposed budget. If you see I have a handout that you have all received on the first slide. If you open up to page 1, it is NCPD budgeted revenues, and slide 2 is the budgeted expenditures. There has been an increase in, obviously, salary, wages, and fees. As you see, everything, listening to the last couple of presentations, has gone up, including contractual obligations. And, but there is a balanced budget of $1,059,000,000, am I saying that right? 59,000, excuse me, and then also on the expenditure side. Any questions on that? Okay, I'm gonna go right to the head count. The head count in the police department is the total number that I work with. The 23 adopted head count was 3,879. The adopted head count for 24 is 3,901. From the police department sworn side, the adopted head count of 2,542, which is a 42-person increase from 2022. And at 2024, we are going up an additional 20 police officers to 2,562. On the civilian side, with CSEA employees, 1,315 was the projected adopted head count of 23, and the proposed head count of 24 is 1,317. Total head count for the police department including seasonal and ordinance, is 3,901. All good? Next slide.
Okay, Commissioner?
Yep.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry to make you go back, but back to the first page. I was just curious, federal aid I see is $75,000. What is that based on? How do they find that number?
What is that? Federal aid, first page.
So it's $750,000 just from state aid?
75,000.
I'm sorry, 75,000 federal aid. It's the annual we get every year for federal aid. As far as breakdown, what did you?
Well, I'm just curious, how do they come up with the number 75 in the federal and 750 in the state?
That is a federal aid
Right.
subsidy that we get from the federal government.
Is it based
It's
on the size of the
mandated by
county?
their numbers, not ours.
On their numbers,
It's what the Fed gives us.
right.
Right.
But what do they base that amount on? Does everybody get 75,000, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what our county gets. What does
Correct.
Suffolk County get?
Different municipalities are gonna get a different sum, depending on
What does it depend on, though? That's my
size,
question.
size, population.
Okay.
Yeah.
Population of obviously residents.
Of the
we're talking
county
about,
itself.
Not the,
Right.
okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll continue on. You'll see the NCPD budgeted to actual overtime. Right now, we are on pace of the budgeted number of last year. Obviously, the year is not over, so we will be going over slightly on the budget, and that's due to mostly, we've had a lot of incidents this year that were not projected. Parades are fully back. You know, when we went into the COVID world, all of those things went away. Now they're all coming back. But overtime in overall has gone higher because of the new contractual agreement. So the projected number was with no contract. Now, obviously, there is a contract, and those numbers will change. Okay. Year-end police salary budgeted. You see the numbers there again. It's gone up from the 491 million to 522 million is the estimate. And again, that's due to contractual obligations of settling the contracts with the 3 unions. Next slide, crime numbers. So if you look at our crime numbers, back in 19, 20, and 21, we were voted by U.S. News and Reporting the safest county in America. 22, we actually lowered overall crime. And U.S. News and World Reporting decided not to do the report that year. But I want to give you some numbers and put it into perspective of what we're looking at, because we are down in overall crime at 2.87%. Last year, our homicides with a record low in the 98 years of the police department, and we are down year-to-date 18% where we were last year. Homicides are down. When you look at our stolen cars, we have 1,040,000 registered vehicles here in Nassau County, 1,040,000. We have probably going to do less than 650 stolen cars. That is down 21% from last year, which is also a very low number. Even though we report numbers high, the reason is 90% of the cars that are stolen, people leave their keys in them. They're not locked. So I can drastically bring that number down, but it is already down 21% because of that education that we went out and went to the public and spoke to them and showed them the flyers and the road blocks where we handed out flyers to the community to educate them about locking their vehicle. There are over 500,000 homes in Nassau County, residential homes. We are going to do less than 300 burglaries. It's down 15%. Go back 10 years ago, we used to do 200 burglaries on a weekend. We are going to have less than 300 burglaries this year. That is another record low number here in the police department. Our street robberies are down another 9%. That is our violent robberies that occur on the streets. We're less than 167, but as you all know, we carry a residency population of about 1.5 million. So again, bringing those numbers down. The numbers that have gone up is our commercial burglaries went up 13%. Commercial burglaries went up 28%. That 28% was due to a crew that was arrested, that our South American theft group that has been up here. We have made several arrests, just another one last week, working with our federal government and the U.S. Marshals. We picked them up in New Jersey, and hopefully that will stop that trend of commercial burglaries. But we are still working off historic low numbers from last year. So that gives you an idea we are with crime, except if you flip the next page, let's talk about shootings. Shooting incidents involving injury, we are down 41%, and we are down 33% on the 5-year average. We continue to make improvements when it comes to violence and crime and gangs here in Nassau County. We make that improvement because of using the technology that is available to us. ShotSpotter, using the cameras, the license plate reader programs that we have, using them correctly, reducing crime. So we have seen, again, safest county in America 3 years in a row. We hit it on the 4th year, but they stopped the report. We're going to hit it again this year. It'll be the 5th year in a row that we are lowering crime here in Nassau County. We continue to reduce violence and making it still the safest county in America. If you want to flip over to the next page, the training village. First of all, a thank you. Yes.
Can I ask you a question on one of the ones we just
Yep.
went through?
Yep.
Okay. The 2023 major crime numbers.
Yep.
You mentioned the 28.57 other burglaries, that's commercial burglaries?
That is the commercial burglaries, correct.
So South American, can you just explain a little bit more about what that was?
So with bail reform, and this is not the political message, this is the commissioner speaking, with bail reform, we have a revolving door when it comes to non-violent felonies. Someone breaks into a commercial establishment, and they commit that burglary, and they are caught. They're getting an appearance ticket. They're getting released by the judge. They are not held on bail, as you just heard from the district attorney's office. One of the problems that we have along with discovery. So that the group that we have been looking at for both residential and commercial burglaries has been out of South American Theft Group. South American Theft Group, we've had them on international, conversations with our federal partners. Information was received that they know to go to certain areas in the United States where they are told, if you are caught, don't run, don't flee, surrender. You will get released. If you cause an injury to a police officer, you're not getting released. You're held on bail. If you take off in the car and you run somebody over, you're going to be held on bail. There's now violence involved with that burglary. If you come out of the house with $1 million in jewelry, get away, you get away. We catch you the next day without the $1 million, you're walking out the door with an appearance ticket. You're not staying in the system. That's the revolving door. So when we challenge things like our commercial burglaries, which we have over 400,000 commercial establishments in this county, it creates a process that we can't keep them in. So and what they do tell them also, which we've received from our federal partners, that when you do get caught and you do get released, get back on a plane and come home.
When you say come home, you're talking about another country?
Go down to South America, wherever you came. We had the Venezuelan group is now that we're seeing. We've had other groups up here that have been up here in the United States hitting us very hard.
So this specific group, like, do we know how many people were in this group?
It's a small, believe it or not, it's a smaller group than you would think. It probably rotates anywhere during the course of a year, 50 to 70 people.
And we caught them in New Jersey.
We caught a faction of it. We made an arrest last week of the 3 people that were really hitting us hard. They hit the last house they hit was up in Muttontown, and that's the one that we made the arrest on. They are being held because of our federal partners. And the other reason they're being held, because they were wanted in Westchester, they were wanted in New Jersey, and the night that we arrested them was in New Jersey after they committed another burglary.
So they are not out right now? They weren't let
They are not out because the other jurisdictions put a hold on them
Are they in the country legally?
They are in the country illegally. They may have gotten a visa to come in as a holiday, a visitation, but they overstayed.
This chart, do any of these categories, because I see stolen vehicles, do any of them include catalytic converters? Like, is catalytic converters included in stolen vehicles, or is that not on here?
No, that would go into your grand larcenies. That would be under the stolen vehicles, grand larcenies.
Okay, so it is included in this chart?
That's correct.
Okay. And, all right, so that we're basically around the same as, I'm sure these are not all catalytic converters, but that grand larceny is roughly the same as last year.
That's correct. We are slightly up 0.12%, but that's a high number. We're working off, again, shoplifting, appearance ticket. Catalytic converter, appearance ticket. The only misdemeanors that we do hold until at least the next morning for the judge to deal with would be a domestic violence case.
So if somebody goes into CVS and steals a bottle of Red Bull, can of Red Bull, is that included in any of these?
We would do a field arrest on that. We process it in the field, give him the appearance ticket in the field, and he would be released.
So that's not included in any of these?
No, that would be a misdemeanor larceny.
Is that in anything in this package?
It's in our total crime numbers. I don't have the total crime numbers with me on this report.
Because that's when I got, just my experience in my district and the surrounding districts, it's like, that has to be way up. I mean, you go into a CVS, you go into any of these stores, and it's almost like they don't even call the police. And it's probably not even reported, half of them, because they're tired of doing it. They get these kids taking stuff out of the freezer or taking a pack of gum or whatever, and they just get released and come back the next day. But these numbers have to be much higher than they've been.
They are very high when it comes to the misdemeanor area. You know, if I showed you the numbers, and I will get them all to you, I apologize. But when you look at shoplifting, you just saw why crime is out of control in Green Acres. In Roosevelt Field. There was in the news last week. It's high. It's not violent crime. It's theft. Theft in general. They walk into a store, they'll grab 5 pocketbooks, and they'll walk out. And they will walk. They don't run. They'll walk out. And that person in that store will decide or not decide to call us. Sometimes they wait till they're gone, and then they call us. Sometimes corporate has told them, don't interact, call the police afterwards, take a report for insurance purposes. So it's underreported, the number. But we know that even those that we have that do run, they run and they fight, and we've had incidents in the mall where our officers have been hurt in accidents inside the mall trying to catch up to them.
Lots of things. They call it nonviolent crimes, but sometimes it leads to injury or violence.
Many times it'll turn into a robbery, because if any force is used for the overtaking of that property, it'll turn into a robbery.
So, yeah, if you had those numbers, not today, obviously, but I'd love to see them, because, again, you're in these communities, most of us have lived in all of our lives, and you walk into a pharmacy, or, a CVS or a Walgreens, and there's a security guard there for the first time you've ever seen. There's got to be a reason. They're not hiring these security guards for no reason and spending money. So I really would like to see those numbers.
I will get them at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Just to add to what Legislator Ferretti is saying, I mean, you look in the targets, like the target by me, you have to press a button for every single thing you want, because everything is behind locked cabinets. It's gotten ridiculous. And again, security guards, the people who work there, you feel so bad for them, and they're like, you can't, it's just amazing. He said, those Rose, somebody will come in and all of a sudden they have, 40 toothpastes in their backpack. Like, It's just unbelievable. And who suffers from that every one of us, because eventually prices have to go up because they can't afford to keep going like that, or stores will close, and then we have, empty storefronts in our community, so, it's gotta be horrendous for you. I mean, I see the police up there all the time.
What we've done, like we do every year, we showed you the major crime numbers. That's what we're looking at. The good news is violence is down. The bad news is property crime has been on the rise since 2020, 21. We saw the catalytic converters. Now we've knocked catalytic converters back quite a bit. We're still getting them, but we've knocked them back. We spend the time chasing the new method that they're stealing from. So shoplifting was high. It's starting to come back down. The violence is not there, which is good, and because of the work that the police department is doing and the district attorney's office. When we do make those arrests, we are holding them and keeping them and bringing them to trial. But we do see an increase in property crime, and again, it's the bail reform revolving door that's happened, and I don't like making this, it's not a political statement, it's a fact. Sometimes people do need to be penalized and held. Not everybody should be walking out, and I do agree with many of the things with bail reform, but that is one I am not agreeable on.
One more thing to highlight, I was just talking to Legislator McKevitt. I got an undershirt on right now that I got at Walmart in East Meadow. You can't buy undershirts or underwear anymore. You have to wait 20 minutes to get somebody to come and unlock it. I mean, it's like, this is what we're living in. Something changed, so yeah, I'd love to see those numbers.
Yep.
Thanks.
Commissioner, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. So no matter how many times someone has committed that type of crime, the misdemeanor larceny, they're released?
Correct.
Is that the case?
If there's no violence, it has to wait till they catch up to their court date. Because there'll be no warrant issued, there'll be no court order issued. When the first court date finally reaches 30 to 45 days, when they get in on that 45th day, then the judge will get all of the arrest in front of him and can take action on the others at that time. But for that window of 45 days, and it was longer during COVID, that is when the opportunity for them to commit more crimes.
Are we seeing that now that we're out of COVID and the 45-day window is actually then tallying the number of arrests? Are we seeing that judges are making decisions to hold people on these types of crimes or no?
It depends on the judge and how he's interpreting what he believes is what he has the power to do. Some of the judges are very good, and some believe that they should still get that pass.
Okay. So then the question is, what's bringing the crime down for shoplifting then? What do you think it is? Is it the response by law enforcement?
What will bring the number down, you mean?
What is bringing, you said the number's coming down.
Because
shoplifting numbers coming down.
so shoplifting, because we have to put extra officers in the mall. We have 20 officers and 2 sergeants that are dedicated just for the Roosevelt Field Mall. That's a lot of resources for that square footage, on top of their own public safety officers that they have in there, their private security. So, and then we, at holidays and as we come up with, from Black Friday on, we will turn around and add a whole bunch more resources into it, because we know crime will tick up during the holidays. It's crime of opportunity.
So it's law enforcement presence in Roosevelt Field, but not in our Targets and those other stores, and that's...
It's impossible to cover everything.
100%.
But we are trying, and we have very good partners in a lot of the stores that are working with us. Sometimes we get some that, and I don't want to call them out in public, but say that corporate says when we're not to get involved, wait till the crime is done, and then sign a 32B, sign a complaint so they can get that file for insurance purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner, always a pleasure. I don't really have a question for you. I just have a comment, because I just have to tell you that your guys and gals have done a tremendous job over the past few days in providing a presence and a level of comfort. I've gone to 3 or 4 different rallies and vigils over the past few days, and every single one of them, your office had a tremendous presence, and it's not just over the past 4 days. I would say that over the past more than a year, I always see your staff, your officers present, and you provide a level of comfort in very, very dangerous times that we live in now. And I just hope, and it's not gonna be a temporary thing. So it's something your office is gonna have to deal with on a regular basis in perpetuity, I think. And it's really sad and distressing and terrifying, but we need you. We need you on the forefront for all of us. And you've been doing a tremendous, tremendous job, and I applaud you for that. But you need to keep it going forever, I think.
Thank you, and that's a credit to the well-trained men and women of the police department, the job that they're doing. But also, as you saw, the county exec has committed to keep hiring, we don't fall behind, and increasing the size of the department. There's a lot of storefronts out there, you know, and we try to cover them all. When I put 20 cops just into the Roosevelt Field Mall, that's a lot of square footage to cover, but that's a pretty good amount of cops that I could be using other places. So the county executive is committed to hiring more, increasing the headcount, and, you know, you've all seen Operation Overwatch that is out there with a presence of 20 additional officers every single day for the last several months, which gives us a presence and morphs us in size out there for the public.
Yeah, and I know, you know, the challenge for you is also deployment. How are you deploying these men and women on a daily basis? Where's your emphasis? Where are you concentrating on? And you have X amount of pieces for X amount of spots, and it's not easy, but I think you're doing a great job, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Legislator Walker?
I just want to piggyback on Legislator Drucker. I thank you for that, for covering all of, you know, certainly now our synagogues with all that is happening, and certainly all our houses of worship. But I also want to thank you. I represent Farmingdale, and I want to thank you so much for all you did for the Farmingdale community, for the residents there. They're still hurting tremendously, and I know that I reached out to you about the big band show in Hicksville this year, this coming weekend, and how you're going to help us there with coverage, because our groups have to cross Jerusalem Avenue, which is a very busy street, and, you know, we already had a tragedy dealing with bands. We don't need additional tragedies, and but you're always there. You make it work for us, and you know, again, now you have to pull people from whoever, you know, maybe we can use crossing guards, or maybe we have to use our police officers. I know our municipalities work with you. The town is going to close Division Avenue with, you know, with town trucks or whatever, but working together, and all that you do and the men and women of your department do,
It's always a tragedy that brings us united and brings us together, and the three unions that always sit in the back of the room and doing their work, they came together along with the county exec. We raised over $12,000 that night in Mulcahy's that we're giving to the band. And again, the Homeland Security Lieutenant Conley, which you all know and does the assessments, his people were there every step of the way, making sure when those kids came home, we can make it as comfortable as we could for them.
right, and certainly helping the families that day to get them up to,
Yep.
to, you know, to where the tragedy occurred, and, like I said, I was at the parade on Sunday night with the Farmingdale Fire Department, and some of the kids who were involved, one of them hurt very, very badly. She was there in her wheelchair. She's in the Fire Department Juniors, and she was there, and like I said, I cannot thank you all, every one of you, enough for all you've done and all you continue to do to help that community and to help those families and those kids.
We get that from the people that support us, so we thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Solage?
Thank you very much. I know that I assume the police commissioner is not done with his presentation, so I would ask him please to continue, but there was all this talk about Roosevelt Field Mall, and in my district we have Green Acres Mall, so I just wanted to ask how many officers we have there, and just last week or 2 weeks ago, we saw during the Top Cop presentation an incident with 2 detectives at Green Acres Mall who had to retrieve or get the suspect by going into Queens, and such heroic work, and I really thank them for that. So I'd just like to ask you how many officers we have dedicated towards Green Acres Mall, and what is your plan in addressing the increase in retail theft there? Thank you.
So in the 5th precinct, as as you know, Green Acres Mall has shrunk in size, especially on the inside of the mall where we have the response officers. We have 4 officers that work inside, and we have 2 additional officers that part of the POP program and the plain clothes that come out there and assist with the mall, depending on day of the week, time, and everything else. You know, intelligence-led policing is all based on what's trending up and how we adjust to do it in the right and proper way to address that crime issue. But the crime itself in Green Acres Mall has actually been down, and that's a good thing. Some would say because it's the reduction of businesses. I'll also say they might have reduced inside the mall, but they've expanded outside, and we've had a decent response there. Thank you.
Do you want to do it now or wait till after? Okay. You'll never get to your village, but.
I like your village, but when you're saying hiring, I know you're having another test and all, but how are you finding that whole process? Is it slowed? I heard it's a bit of a wait.
We have learned, and we are not embarrassed to say that we've learned, because it's a good thing to learn, that after the death of George Floyd, what we can do better. How do we get more diverse? We have 34,000 people pre-registered for this test already, 34,000. And I'm happy to say the numbers are about 22% African American, about 25% Hispanic, and the rest white, mostly white, and then a small piece of Asian. So that recruitment drive looks like the community. So that's a good thing. I got to get them to show up for the test. I got to get them there. That's it. The rest of the way, we have a mentoring program now that they have availed themselves to. Once you get past the test, we even mentor them for the physical part and stuff. So we always ask for the community to do their part and reach out and get these kids signed up. And I know Legislator Szilagyi, we've been down in the 5th Precinct heavily recruiting. We've been in Roosevelt, Uniondale, Hempstead, heavily recruiting. We go as far as Washington Heights. We go out into Suffolk County, because to take the test, you just got to live within that area. So we're pushing real hard for recruitment, and it's looking good. Now we got to get them to the test. Everybody's got to show up to that test. And then from there, we hope to get a much better hiring process, and see a better look.
Like, how do you like let them know what's available as far as the resources? Like,
Say it again?
When they sign up to take the test, does each applicant get like a list of services that they're entitled to if they want to have help?
So when you sign up for the test, then they'll tell you what there are study places and study guides. It's kind of tough to study for a police test, right? Because it's not like a sergeant's test. There's books that you have. With a police test, it's about reading comprehension and test-taking techniques and stuff. So there are groups that do it, like PTS and everybody. I think the test is $150 to take the test. So, and we also know that if you can contact civil service and you need a waiver because you cannot afford that $150, they will work with you, which is a good thing. And it's, you know, we just, the volume is where it's going to come from. It's the volume. Because I can't have the reduced numbers like I did on actual test day, which hurt me right from the start. I need to get, and so we're offering and going out like heavy recruiting right now to bring that number even higher. I'll take 50,000 people for the test if I could.
She did ask.
Just to wrap it up. I'm sorry, just one more thing. Are you having issues once someone takes the test and with getting the test processed? Because how long of a delay is there from the time you basically get the list and then you can actually hire them?
Well, first you take the test, then there's probably a 6 months to eval and break it down and see what the numbers are at the end. After that, then they start the physical part, if the test is approved DOJ, right? And then we go to the physical part. That physical part gets done within a couple weeks, and then it's background. So if I develop a list, it's 6 months before we can hire from that list. Comfortable, right? Yeah.
Legislator Walker, then Legislator Bynum.
My quick question was, do we feel that our mentoring program is being helpful? I mean, do we have many of our hopeful test takers being involved in that?
I think we could say comfortably in any program you offer in this county to anybody, it's not utilized enough, right? And it's not utilized enough. But we've had some kids that we've saved in the program that they've come to me and said, hey, this kid's a good kid, here's what we need to do. And we worked with civil service, they understood it on the appeal process, and they've gotten on, and some have just recently graduated from the last class. So, yes, I think it works. It's underutilized. It should be used more. Yep. I'm hoping this test it will, because don't forget, this mentoring program didn't happen until after the last test. Now it's in gear before the test.
Thank you. I wasn't aware we were going to jump ahead, so I'm happy that Legislator DeRigi Whitten asked about the test recruitment, because I definitely have interest in how you were recruiting. And so I know minimum requirement is, what, 66 college credits?
No, it's 32? It's 32 college credits.
32?
Yep, 32.
Okay, I thought you had to have an associate degree.
No, Nassau County is 32 college credits.
Okay.
City of New York, I believe, is 64 now.
Uh-huh, okay. So, obviously, we're on campuses where, have we been in churches? Have we?
Churches, parades, school outings. We just go and set a table up in the school. We were in Roosevelt 2 weeks ago, where we actually set a table up, and we hand out the flyers. And the nice thing is that the QR code, that they can come up, take it, and then pre-register on it. But now we're in the registration section, not the pre-registration. So now we're trying to get everybody signed up and re-registered. We're sending emails out constantly.
Okay, I know I've seen the police at many of the Westbury career days, and they had their own little show going on there, and they were actually the most visited table of all of the tables that were there. So I found that encouraging. So can you tell me a little bit about what the pre-test phase mentoring looks like?
So when you sign up to take the test, we give you a list, and it says, if you want to reach out to the Guardians, if you want to reach out to the Hispanic Association, you want to reach out to the Emerald Society. So we have a list of groups and numbers that they can call. And sometimes it's just about a question. And all of these, they all have a general number that they use, or email address. And many times, they're giving back because they want to see, people from their group coming in. And they do a good job with it. And we get calls, we get questions. At the time of hiring, you got to have I don't have my original birth certificate. How do I get this? So we help them through that process. Some of it is more. It's more. I got a bunch of tickets, but here's what happened. And I need to explain that. So we help them write the appeal process letter to civil service if it's denied the first time.
Can we encourage some of those groups to actually do some outreach to those entities instead of having the folks reach out to them? People are typically, bashful about asking for help, or, they, in some way or another, feel like they might be put through a voicemail loop and not get where they need to go, because that's kind of the state of affairs in this country now in terms of reaching out to customer service and things like that. So maybe even an outreach, or like an event where, the minority population is identified, and each group has like some level of a mixer or something that brings them together, to have them have some level of engagement that's proactive by the entity.
So we've had career days where we have the separate tables set up, which is good. When we go into Roosevelt, we'll make sure we have an African-American officer and a Hispanic officer, right? And so they have the outreach, and of course some feel more comfortable. And sometimes there's even a language barrier, so the officer can translate. So we do the outreach on that side of it. 34 to 40,000 people trying to call them, and it's going to be difficult. But we do it on the initial stage. So when they sign up for the pre-registration, they also get a contact number.
Yes,
Hey,
yes.
if you got a question, reach out to us. We'll help you out.
I've seen that. But just maybe an email that says, listen, we're going to hold an event on X, Y, and Z date at the training facility. Stop by if you want to learn more about, how to prepare for the test, so that there's some level of an opportunity for them to come. If we want to really get them to the test, I think we're going keep them engaged, because unfortunately what happens is, I think to sign up for the test, some of these people, like you said, were registered in the pre-registration phase, right?
Right now, yep.
So this is months, because I could tell you, I think last year this time I saw folks doing the pre-registration at Westbury High School Career Day. So we're already like maybe a year or so, and they've been sitting on a list. I'm just saying to keep them engaged and let them know, the test is coming. Some of those folks may not even know that by the 31st, we're going to be in the next phase in testing.
Right.
So just something to keep them engaged, just an idea of how we might be able to do that.
They are all receiving an email right now telling them that this is the new test, you got to re-sign up, this is what, and if you need assistance, again, here are the mentoring groups. But what we'll do is I'll go back to Community Affairs and we'll try to set up a career day at the academy. Not try, we will. We'll set one up that can come in about the test, and we'll bring the groups in and everybody.
Just the groups that have actually applied.
Absolutely.
Great.
We'll have
I
those
think that would
separate
be great.
tables set up.
I think that would be great.
Okay.
And then where are women rating in this ranking in this whole?
We usually get about 30% women that sign up to take the test from all different races. So we look, but then again, the numbers usually, well, this was last test, right? All races and gender failed by half across the board. White, black, Hispanic, female, male. Failed by half. So that's a big number to lose off. I think it was 16,000 actually showed up to take the test, and then we dropped. And my other biggest struggle is that the villages get priority for residents. So I'm competing against Hempstead, Freeport, Glen Cove. It's tough, when it comes to minority hiring, because they're already going to their resident areas. Other problem that we get is Nassau County makes you go through the academy. We don't care if you were a New York City police officer. You come out here, you still have to go through the academy. Villages have the option of waiving the academy and taking them straight into employment. We believe that the extra training and training the way we want you to be here in Nassau County and be our type of officers, not that any of them are any less, but it's important. But all the villages do come back and do in service with us.
I do think it's important that we have training no matter where you have been
Absolutely.
serving previously. And whatever we can do to try and help to make sure that people actually show up for the exam, I'm willing to do.
Okay.
And I do think trying to keep them engaged through the process gets them less distracted to go in other places and other directions. So I wish you well on that endeavor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, we're not. All right, Legislator Malay.
Hi, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
So my question is related to recruiting, but on a different level. So, we are hearing that the DAI numbers are, and it's right here in the report, that the DAI numbers are not what we want them to be. We raised the salaries. I believe we did a couple of different things in the hopes that would work, and it doesn't. Is it right to conclude it's not working? And if so, what else can we do?
This is the different world that we live in when it comes to our children. They're different thinkers than most. This is not, I knock because I see it in these young kids that we hire. Some of them, they like the comfort of being in that police officer's job, which is great because they do a phenomenal job. They really do, but they don't want to take on that extra responsibility of being a detective, and maybe there's a longer work schedule. Contracts went DAI first, then SOA, then PBA. Now, the DAI wants to do better than what the PBA. So it's always chasing the new ideas and innovative ways that were thought during the process when they were doing the contracts. So we are looking at a couple of things that need to be tweaked. We have to obviously work with Andy and make sure that we're not doing anything that causes a reopener. But we're making adjustments now to try to get continued. We get the recruitment, but you also, a lot of your senior cops that were detectives are retiring at a higher rate. These young cops, I think we're at 60% of less than 5 years on the job. So it's or maybe 6 years on the job. That's a young group of kids that ain't going nowhere for at least the next 14 years. Detectives, though, we make them a detective and they're going to retire in the next 2 to 3 years. So we have a bigger turnover. But we are working with the union right now, the county exec, Andy, and the new DAI president, Billy Buchanan, is there to make sure that we can get something to recruit, to bring them in.
Okay, so you'll report back to us on?
Yes,
how that
with a high
works?
number.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna look at you.
Okay.
I'm only teasing. I
So-
guess you just want to talk about your new
Yeah,
training village.
it's the last slide, and the one that I get the
And
most.
then actually talking about recruitment segues right into.
it all fits in.
Because that's where all our new police officers are gonna learn.
This is the game changer, and it's a game changer because of the vote that all of you took to support this program. This training village is going to put us in the front when it comes to policing in this country. I've been to training centers all over the country. Everything is tactical, 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 tactical. From the minute you get sworn in as a police officer, it's about your gun, your taser, and all the things that come with defensive tactics. This is community policing. This is bringing cops into real life. 96% of what we do is nothing to do with making an arrest. It's dealing with the problems that society has that we have to work our way through. And whether it's mental health crisis, which we do a great job with our mobile crisis team and a dual response. But now we are going to send a cop from the EVOC track, driving through that track at a high rate of speed, working through the cones, getting himself all worked up, and then he has to get out of the car at the train station with the mental aid with the knife. What's the first thing every cop is going to do in America? They're going to pull their gun out and say, drop the knife. I just escalated that. I just brought it to a level I don't want to be at. I want to de-escalate. I want to bring it down, right? You have distance. You have cover in your car. You can talk to the individual. It's not like it's a gun in his hand. It's a knife in his hand. So you start to have that conversation of de-escalation, bringing it down. But then you respond to the school and there's a domestic. Not an all about active shooter. Yes, it's the top priority we have is making sure that we keep our children safe. But you're also we handle domestics all the time between custodial issues with parents and the child in the school. How are we handling that? Or we're going to respond to the school for the kid that just made a school threat. And how are we handling that? You go to the house across the street, the split level home with the attached garage that is on the Sabbath, and it's a Jewish family that is experiencing the Sabbath and then calls us, somebody calls us for a domestic. My cop goes in and says, why didn't you pick up the phone and call me? I can't pick up the phone and call you. It's against my religion. You know, how come that woman won't shake my hand? It's against her religion. I walk into a mosque and I got an AIDA case that's on the floor and needs immediate care. Am I taking my shoes off when I run across the prayer mat, or am I leaving them on? It's about life and death. We're leaving them on. But if I'm going in to interview somebody, if I want the right response and the cooperation, I'm taking my shoes off. Understanding, and I say it all the time up here, is that if you understand the community you police it better. The very diverse cultures in this county is where we're going to benefit from this training. Everything that we went through in the last 4 or 5 years is going to come to fruition, and it's going to be a better cop. We already do a lot of reform training that we promised, and our cops go through it every year, and they have outside speakers come in and speak to them about the different cultures, whether it's a race issue, a religion, or a gender issue, right? But now we're going to put them in the scenario that the first time shouldn't be the real time. It shouldn't be when that life and death or that decision is, this is the first time you're going to deal with it. No, you should deal with it in training. But you can't train it on a PowerPoint. You can't train in a classroom and say, sit there and stare at the instructor that's going to talk to you. You got to live it. You got to play it. You practice how you play. It's muscle memory. We are bringing the kids from the college. We're writing a curriculum right now with the Nassau Community College that is going to take the students, part of the criminal justice program, part of those in mental health studies or in social studies are going to be part of our role play. And they're going to get college credits for it. And they're going to be we're going to tell them the script for the day. This is what you do, but do it any way you want, son. This is your house and they're coming into your house. But this is what we like to see where we're going. And this African-American, this Spanish kid who says, I don't speak English. Okay, officer, pull out your language line app and do it. That'll be the first time he gets to actually do it. And it's not real. It's as close as you can get, but it's not real. So we're gonna, again, and then these kids, when it's over, will sit with the group that they just went through, and these two officers will say, hey, what did we do wrong? Oh, you want me to go down the list? A, B, C, D, and E. And they're gonna teach us what they saw. And then we're gonna teach them why we did what we did. Nobody does this in the country. Nobody. They'll teach you to pull your gun out, how to take that person down, defensive tactics, use the taser here. We're going to teach you to de-escalate and understand what you're policing to police it better. And we're going to use college kids that are in the studies and then maybe a heavy recruitment, but a very diverse community college into our training process. And they're going to get their college credits, and we're going to learn from them. So the village is already broken ground. We started, it's pretty much cleared all the soil and brush and stuff. They'll start bringing in sewage lines and everything else next couple of weeks. And as the contractor said to me the other day, he goes, we're going to be breaking ground quicker as far as our first building than you think. And he goes, we're going to move pretty quick on the project. It's a great program. It's a great program, and we're going to teach our cops to police the way they should police. They do a great job, from what we teach them in a classroom. But how good will we get when the first time is not the real time? The first time should be in a training scenario, not when you're dealing with that child or somebody out in the street. Done.
I really appreciate, I have to concur with you, though. I'll let you go right after me, I'm sorry. Sorry. That I think that this really is very innovative, and I think it's going to be very welcomed in the world of training our police officers. Would the officers, when they're training, would they have body cameras on as well, so that they know to use them, or?
Everything that you deal with in your day-to-day policing will be engaged. So that officer will engage his body cam. That officer will drive like he's driving through the streets in Nassau County. That officer will fill out the forms. And if he makes an arrest, he's going to the police station. That's right there on the site. If he needs to take someone to the hospital, and here's a real big game changer with the hospital, NUMC, we're going to train with them. So I'm going to say, I got the person that's been hit by the train, I got an amputated leg, we're going to call for an ambulance. And our medics are going to show up to the role player, place on a tourniquet or remove the tourniquet that we have on and place on their own, put them in there, or even call for aviation. And we're going to fly into NUMC and land like we normally do. That shouldn't be the first time as the real time. It should be in training. And so that's where the hospital gets involved. We're going to call out our hostage negotiators. We're going to call out our mobile crisis team, and we're going to work with them on a dual response right there in that village. Not the first time out on the street.
I think that's wonderful, and I really wish that, maybe this will be a model to be used by every police department. And I honestly believe even outside of New York, where I had watched a documentary, and it touched on certain things with the police department for sexual assaults. And it was amazing to see when you have these smaller police departments that don't have these sophisticated training tools, that it lacks something. And maybe you could be a model, and maybe all the states will then do a centralized training location. If you can't have a small village, maybe they could come up with and better train the police throughout the United States for better responses.
Well, I hope they come here first and pay us.
Okay, you know what, and I think, honestly, I think you should advertise it, because I really think
It
in
will
the
be.
long run, it is really gonna help, and get a lot of these officers, and they do a good job, and a lot of them do lose their lives in the line of duty because of, some of these situations. But really, if they could be better trained, I think that it'll be a bonus for them as well, and keep them safer. But Carrier,
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Sir.
Thank you for your presentation. This line of questioning is, again, no attempt to Tuesday afternoon quarterback yourself and your officers. You do a great job, and I concur with my colleague in government that you keep our communities safe. And when I hear that, crime has decreased, actually, for example, at Green Acres Mall and also in the county, I'm very delighted and thankful. But I do have to ask certain questions. This body cannot serve as an extension of the executive. It must serve as a checks and balances.
Absolutely.
And I must ask you certain questions out of diligence and respect. for our public. You mentioned everything you learned in the past 3-4 years. What steps to reinvent and reform the NCPD are planned for this fiscal year coming up, and what resources are needed?
So we still do our bias awareness training. We still bring outside speakers in to address that training. The new contract, thank you to the unions, has given us training days that we bring them in for a 12-hour block on what we call in-service, and we also bring them for evac, and we also bring them to the range. And then part of the evac day, there's also additional in-service type training, because that's a 4-hour block in the morning. So we're spending 16 hours at a minimum retraining our officers on everything that we've learned through reform and keeping all of our promises that we made in our reform guideline to the governor's office that was signed off. We are meeting all of those standards and exceeding in many cases.
Understood, but there are many individuals who came here before in public comment and mentioned, and they, in fact, issued a report from the Long Island United to Transform Policing and Community Safety, and they, have various things to say. For example, they look at the arrest ratio between black males and white males in Nassau County, and in fact, we discussed this on the record before in the past. What is that arrest ratio, and has it gotten worse? Are we arresting more black males to white males in proportion?
So if you looked at the category of arrest from the last time we spoke, no, it hasn't changed, right? But I will tell you this. We're looking at it closer, and the reasons why. 73% of all of our arrests come from somebody calling 911 for help. 73%. My self-initiated stuff is about 27%. And if you look at all of our arrests based on probable cause, based on calls to the community, we have shifted our resources around. Our complaints are way down from where they used to be, and our founded complaints are down because of camera and transparency. It's there, the engagement. And we do have a few cases that have gone to the Attorney General. So there are checks and balances in place. It starts with a supervisor. It then goes to Internal Affairs. It goes to our Disciplinary Review Board. It then goes to the District Attorney's Public Corruption Office, and then to the Attorney General. And they are looking at pattern behavior. And many times they've come back and said, look, we understand the officer is cleared, but we like retraining. We're ahead of you, already done the retraining on this officer, because we see sometimes officers get misguided. We got to bring them back. So we're following the reform promises. The numbers of arrest, I look at it just like you do. And I said, I know I'm going to get questioned on this. What's my answer? And like I said, 73% are from calls being asked to come in. And if you look at the 3 highest locations, East Garden City and Westbury, that's the mall. So Roosevelt Field, Garden City, not East Garden City, excuse me. Garden City and Roosevelt Field Mall, right? They are, or Source Mall, that's Westbury and Garden City. Then you have Valley Stream, that's the Green Acres Mall. They're the 3 highest locations for calls for service, asking for assistance, whether a crime has been occurred in that community, and we respond. The other problem is, and again, not to go back at it, but when you look at bail reform, 6,211 people have been released from without bail. 556 have been rearrested, and 255 have been bench warrants have been issued. So that's that reoccurring crime that we talk about. And again, I'm not making it political. I'm just giving you the facts of what it is. If it takes 45 days to get me in front of a judge that can answer the problem, and you do 5 or 6 crimes, that's a problem for me. That's a problem in my numbers. And unfortunately, depending on that race of that individual, that he could be that repeat offender.
Thank you. One of the previous speakers mentioned that the last hearing regarding the update as required under the public, the reforms was this year in February. But actually, the last update was November of last year. Isn't that correct?
No, sir. My reports are sent 30 days after the close of business of that point. So you get in June, you'll get it in July, and in January 1, you'll get it towards the end of January, before February. So you get it within 30 days of the closing, because we have to clean the numbers up.
All right, so the half-year report for fiscal year 23 has not been posted or received by the legislature.
It has been sent to county IT. I think there was a problem with their software, but that was sent on that's the data I have right in front of me that you don't have in front of me, but I have in front of me that was sent up there.
Yes, Commissioner. When the report is completed, when the new report is completed, can it be sent directly to the legislator's office?
I don't want to.
I just don't want to keep checking the website.
But sir, I believe it was.
Okay.
I believe it was sent to both sides.
To the chair, we didn't receive it. Can we also request a separate hearing,
It was
to go
sent
over the
to
mid-year
both,
report?
it was sent to both councils on both sides.
That's what I'm saying, it wasn't sent to the legislators. but I
Not to
think
the individuals, no, sir. No.
That perhaps maybe if it could be sent to the members of the Public Safety Committee. that
Did
would
you
be-
receive it?
No.
No. So the chair didn't receive it?
I'm not, I know where I sent it, that's sir, I will ask and I will get it to where it's got to be.
Okay, but I received information from counsel, Michelle Darcy, that she did not receive it as well.
Okay.
And furthermore, going back to what some of the speakers said in public comment, the manner by which you send this information is also important. I mean, they asked specifically for a fully digitalized report. I mean, can you please, in the hopes of increasing transparency, I mean, if nothing's going wrong, then let's show it to the world. Can we please have a fully digitalized report, please?
So that is a fully digitalized report. It gives you the numbers in each category, and then from that category, it's given to the percentages, and then brought in was the race, time, date, use of force, non-force, stop, non-stop, was force used during the stop. It's all in there.
And also information about the outcomes of field stops?
Oh, yes, sir, it's in there. Yes, it is. It says what has resulted in an arrest, what has resulted in just a form.
But some of these people who came to speak are well-intentioned, well-spoken individuals, and they made a diligent effort to research this information and to get that information. They were talking about interns who had to input information manually. Are you telling me that they were making misrepresentations?
I can bring 100 analysts in the world, and 100 analysts are going to do it differently. I give you that my professional, well-trained analysts in the Nassau County Police Department prepare this report, done by civilians, with the raw data that they get, and they pull the data. We did the T-Stop program that's in all of our cars now. Anytime you interact with the public and do a stop, whether it's a traffic stop or a field stop, you must fill that report out. That includes race, religion, or if you offer and give it to us, it's what you appear, right? Because we're not permitted to ask.
Understood. So then just going back to what some of the speakers said, they said it was a deliberate attempt to hide information.
Absolutely
That is not the case at all, sir.
Sir, if you look at that report and you tell me what I'm missing, and I will provide you the result. That's not a problem at all.
Thank you. And just furthermore, with respect to the testing, I understand that you said that they could reach out to Civil Service to see if they can get a waiver of the fee. I have received calls from many people in my community asking to take the test, but the fee is an issue. It is an issue. Perhaps is there any process that you can provide that can provide a clear answer as to whether certain fees can be waived based on income?
So I get myself in trouble all the time because I open my mouth too much. But here's what I'll tell you. Everybody that's applying for this test has the right to ask for that waiver. But that goes to the Civil Service Department, not to the Nassau County and not to the Nassau County Police Department.
Is there a separate fund, a scholarship fund, or a fund to help individuals? Because again, I get these calls, and these are young, eager people who just want to be part of the best team and serve their community right, like my father did. Is there any way we?
The last thing I want to do is lose one of those kids. They're the kids we want. We do want them, and they're eager and want to take that test, and it shouldn't be because they can't afford it. So, as communities get together, as leaders get together, maybe they can help them out, but I'm sure if they apply and write the right letter, Civil Service will take that under consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, I just wanted to follow up. Commissioner, I think you need to maybe look at who's sending the report out to us, because I think for some odd reason last year, we had an issue with getting the report as well. So I think wherever it's coming from, is not maybe using the right addresses or whatever. So, because I just confirmed with our counsel that he did not receive the report as well.
Okay.
But Legislative Bylaws.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryder, could you talk a little bit about the mobile crisis unit response? There were some assertions made earlier on the record that they don't believe that the response team is being utilized heavily and that most of the calls, they were only getting a small percentage of the calls? Could you?
So we have a three-tiered response, and the first starts off, so you call 911 for help. And whether it's the parent calling for the child or the child himself calling, or the adult himself calling for himself, right? As soon as every one of our CB operators has been trained, when they receive that training on what to do, they make a decision, okay, let me link in mobile crisis right now. This is non-life threatening. There's no danger to anybody. I'm off my meds and I'm feeling depressed. Hold on, sir. And they make the connection to the mobile crisis team. That happens during the hours of, I think it's 8 o'clock in the morning till about midnight at night, right? So we make, and that's when 90% of our calls come during that time period. We make the outreach to the mobile crisis team. If that person on the team says, we're good, we know Mr. Jones, we'll take it from here, okay, thank you, and the 911 operator disconnects. If they stay, we're not sure, stay on the line, we have the police officer respond, we will send a police officer. That's the least intrusive way, and a good way to treat some of these people that are very low on the spectrum when it comes to any kind of violence. The second way would be if we get a call, he may have a knife, he's been threatening to kill himself, we go with mobile crisis. We notify, it's a dual response. Hey, we're letting you know we're responding to this address, and then they respond. Obviously, there's not as many mobile crisis people out there as there are police officers. We're always at the house first, but all of our cops have been taught the art of de-escalation. We have not one injury in the past year when it comes to mobile crisis response, zero. Again, the high number, and I should say the last phase is, I got a gun, I'm going to kill somebody. We're going. Right? The police department's going, we contain, we calm down, we de-escalate. We use force. The last time we did, the numbers are like less than 200 times did we have to take over, and even like less than 10 times did we have to use a method of force. And a method of force, maybe we just go in with the shield to get them to drop the knife. We're not tasing them, we're not shooting. We're going in with the shield, let's get them to drop the knife. It's a bat in his hand. Let's talk to him. Let's use there's a bar that can pin them while we get the knife at him. We don't hurt anybody. We've hurt nobody in our mobile crisis response in the past year, in the past several years. And the high number I don't like, and I think you don't like either, is we still taking about 96% to the hospital. It doesn't, but that's our control. Right? If mobile crisis, and we're taking them to the hospital, and now mobile crisis will tell you that's where they lose the disconnect between the patient and themselves.
Can you talk about what the alternative to taking them to the hospital looks like?
Is turning them over with mobile crisis, signing over, say, look, we got Johnny from here. Okay, we're not taking him to the hospital. In that mid-range one, when he comes to the house, there was no knife. It's mom just was upset. The kid, whatever it was, mobile crisis comes to the house, and they say, we got him. Okay. Mobile crisis says to us that they have it and they got it under control, we hand it off.
Okay, and so let me just, for my own purposes, let me recap. I'm not going to hurt. The call comes in. I'm off my meds. I'm feeling, a bit of anxiety, whatever it is. I'm feeling challenged. I'm not going to hurt anyone. Mobile crisis can go by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Second one is mid-range. Go ahead.
The mobile crisis is on the phone with them right away, and then they can follow up on their own visit.
Then,
yes.
Okay. Then the third one is there might be some level of a
weapon violence that needs
of some
to have
sort.
our interaction.
Then there's a dual response, and then the third being violence has occurred. You're just going.
He's barricaded, or he struck his mother. He's locked himself in his room, and he has possibly a weapon in the room.
Okay. And so mobile crisis doesn't show up at any time in that third scenario?
No, in the third, we'll notify them, but we're not delaying our response
That's right.
for the notification.
Okay. And so, does this county offer some other possible remedy or supplement to mobile crisis to the extent that the parent, let's say, has called, and this is the mid-range one, where we're fearful that it could escalate into something more dangerous, and the police and mobile crisis respond. There's a determination that nothing unlawful occurred to the extent that there needs to be an arrest. Mobile crisis assists in a de-escalation, but the parent is still leery or uncomfortable. Isn't it to take them to the hospital? What else? Where else could we take them? I know CNN Guidance is in the midst of putting together one of I guess like a step-down approach to a hospital where they can go and spend time in that space, and they can stay overnight, and they can get a shower, they can get stabilized on their meds, and all of that in that space, and that's the alternative to the hospital. But there's nothing else that exists right now for that. Am I correct?
We rely on the response of mobile crisis to tell us the other resources, right? We know there's 277 Talk, and there's all sorts of different sites on the app on the phone here, whatever that app was called, but the app that can get you assistance. We know that those resources are there.
But that's all with maintaining the person probably in their residence.
That's correct.
But if even the people who are in the residence with that person feels like they're still not going to be on their medication hasn't taken effect in the short span of time that you've responded, maybe, and they're uncomfortable and maybe want them to go somewhere in the meantime. I'm just trying to understand, to this point, have you learned that there's an alternative?
That I can't really answer that question because I don't know, but I do know our response.
But I thought I'd ask it.
Right.
I think that we're waiting on something like CNN Guidance to come along to answer that gap in service. We have a gap in service here, and so I think us as a county, we're ill-equipped to be able to provide that service between taking them to the hospital and keeping them at home where they maybe aren't really going to stabilize as quickly and in the best fashion. So, while the hospital number is disappointing, for in the immediate, I feel like I don't know what other alternative we could offer that provides them an opportunity to stabilize and not cause any more disruptions or other issues at home or in their communities. And so this goes back to a talk from earlier about how we could best use money for opioid and ARPA funds so that we can create opportunities for this destabilizing and not overburden our hospitals, not keep these families struggling to try and fill the gap where I think we should be. And so I asked that question, I think, full knowing. I do want to see us do better, but I think that we can't do that until we commit the proper resources and properly partner with the folks who have those resources to get this done. And so I want to turn my attention to the chair, Madam Chair. This is a budget hearing, and we don't have all the data, and I think it puts our commissioner at a disadvantage to answer some of the questions that were posed on record earlier. And as Legislator Szilagyi mentioned, we are responsible, with like in every department, to ask the tough questions sometimes. And so I don't think that we're in a position to even determine whether we have any real tough questions to ask, or find out how we can pinpoint resources differently to help the commissioner turn the corner on some of the things that he might be looking to do if we don't have the data. So I do think we do need to have a hearing as it relates to police reform, so we can get a more up-to-date understanding of where the police department is in moving forward in implementation, and be able to look at some of the data that gets bubbled up through your implementation to determine whether we're moving in the right direction, and whether we need to make any adjustments to what has been submitted in the plan.
What date are we talking about?
Say again? So data as far as like, you have other data that I think, like you said, in your report that we haven't reviewed, because it appears that it went to our councils and we didn't get it. So we haven't had the opportunity to review that data. So I think we should review that data. And I think that if we have any questions that bubble up out of that data, we should be able to ask you those questions. But now is not the time. It's not fair to you because, or even because we'd be asking questions blindly because we haven't even reviewed what you've submitted last. So I think that we should review that, and we should have an opportunity to look at the data and then ask you questions. That's the only point I'm making.
Gotcha.
And then as the village is constructed, and then it's, you know, providing training, and I would love to see the groups, the cohorts that go through that training at the village. I'd like to see data on those folks so that we could see the success of the village, because I think that would be important to tout moving forward. So as each cohort goes through and is trained in certain de-escalation techniques, and they're out in the field, you know, requiring to employ those things, and we have success stories that come out of those, or tweaks and changes that need to be made, that we can do that by way of looking at the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Bynum. And yes, we'll look into it. No, Legislator Gaylor first, okay? Legislator Gaylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Two things. One is detectives. They're down about 18%, 17, 18, 20. With attrition, it'll be even more. Can you be a little more specific on a plan to increase the number of detectives to meet the continuing workload?
We are looking at downsizing some areas, elimination of some areas, and reinventing a little bit in the detective division, but I can't really discuss what is not in my control.
So, yeah, I'm more focused on the head count. How do we get the head count back up is what I'm saying. Not on the changes of tactics or techniques or procedures, but what is our plan to increase the number of detectives? Is it monetary incentives, or,
So there are some changes that we're looking at regarding the structure of the detective division. With those changes with the union and the county executive's office, we're looking to make those changes. When we make them, we make the job more inviting to our young police officers. I think a natural progression will happen again once our officers mature as officers. And I don't mean that they're immature, I mean the fact that they grow and they got this process in them now and they want to go and do something else like homicides and robberies and narcotics. So we will see a progression going forward. I think the couple of the ideas that we have, and again, I'm not at liberty to discuss them yet, but I think some of the changes that we have are going to be beneficial to the young officers joining the detective ranks.
So I'm hearing you're working on something, you got a plan. Is that a plan that's going to come to fruition in this next 12-month budget cycle, or is it the plan that's going to take years?
No, I think the plan, if it goes forward, will be within the next 60 days.
Good to hear, because that is concerning. Are we still the safest county of its size in the nation?
Absolutely.
Is there any resource or anything that you need that's been denied, or that should be included in the budget that's not?
As a commissioner, the county executive has always given me what I'm asking for, and sometimes even more. And the legislative body has always approved that and the budget. So we're going to continue to grow. We have a class graduating in November, and we have a new one going in November. We also are already scheduled for May to hire another class. So we're moving forward, and as you've seen in the last two budget sessions with the county executive, he's increased the head count every single time.
Oh, okay. So if you would, just please let all of the men and women in blue know how much we appreciate them, how much I appreciate them at least, and I think many of my colleagues up here feel the same way. As I heard Legislative Drucker say, We need you. We need the police to be out there. We need them to be visible. We need you to be vigilant in these trying times. The training facility is great. The training facility will lead officers to take the correct actions as they need it without second thought. And we are the safest county of its size in the nation because of you in the police department and the men and women of the 3 police unions that put their lives at stake every day. And so I just want to say publicly, thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you to each and every one of the members of the police department, all our detectives, all of our members of the SOA and DAI, really doing a superb job. So thank you again.
Thank you. If I could just add, please don't ever forget the CSEA. I know you don't. My civilians have done an outstanding job for us in the police department.
Absolutely. The CSA is number 1.
Otherwise, Chris Callender will give me a hard time.
You're right. Give me one, too.
Chris Callender's a good guy. I know, wait, yeah. Wait, I think legislator Solage.
Just for the record, that councils did not receive the report.
That's not true.
Allegedly, again, they didn't receive it. So going forward, can the clerk receive the report, the clerk of the legislature, please?
I will have that conversation, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure, yes, I don't see a
We can make
reason.
that happen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have 2 quick things. In your village, can you do a scenario where the police officers walk in and they see someone passed out on the floor with needles around them and see if they check for diabetes?
Absolutely. So, and again, we would,
It's happened time and time again where people think someone overdosed or something, but it could be a medical, it could be, as a mom of a
Yep,
diabetic.
100%.
I've heard of someone recently being pulled over, not
Too many.
Suffolk County Police, but they had needles in the car and the person was passed out, but they thought it was drugs and it wasn't. So it could
Got
make a difference of life and death. And the last quick thing, how is texting 911 coming along?
so it is fully up and running. We've done the training. Everybody's been trained, and I think we've had 1 or 2 already usages of the texting 911.
Terrific. I appreciate both things.
Thank you.
Legislator Freddie, right?
First, let me apologize, because I was the first one to interrupt you in your presentation, and we've gone off for like an hour and a half. So, sorry to everyone. But I don't regret it, because you've provided a lot of great information. I echo my colleagues, thank you, and you, of course, for everything you've done. Absolutely the best police department in the country. Your leadership, can't think of a better person to head it up than you, so thank you for everything. As a result of the new contracts that have all been signed, we're hearing that there's an issue now with the detectives in terms of losing them. You know, the old problem that we had where you couldn't get detectives to take the job because of the steps, and often it was beneficial for them to not become a detective but rather stay as a police officer for different reasons. And as a result of the contracts, we've been hearing that that's something, well, it was something that we tried to fix, and I think we did fix it, but now it's kind of out of whack again. So can you just explain what's going on with that and maybe what we can do, how we can help you to fix it?
So when the first go-around, the detectives did their negotiations, and it's a public contract, there was extra paydays in those steps. And there was also steps that don't even out. So if I go from a police officer job to a detective job, it only makes sense I should be paid more. I'm taking on more responsibilities. But if you're not at the top level police officer and you're going to be a first grade detective, a second tier detective, you have to finish your police steps before you get those detective steps. So it doesn't make sense, right? So I gotta do 9 years as a police officer before I want, and this is what I meant by maturity in the police officer ranks. As these young cops who all have less than those 5, 8, 9 years, when they hit the 9th year step, now it's that benefit to take that detective because now I'm going up in salary. Otherwise, I'm staying level, and I'm doing more paybacks. So, again, complicated negotiations. Everybody had to do what they did when they did their negotiation. Now we got to kind of fix what we need to do to keep the recruitment up.
Yeah, and I know this isn't your department. We were talking to the county attorney at the last budget hearing, and then district attorney. You try to raise the salaries of people to start, but you got to remember it kind of throws off other things, the unintended consequences. And I think it's a similar situation here, where certain, the police contract may have thrown off the detective's contract, and it's definitely something that we need to work together to address. We have to make sure that our precincts are staffed with the proper amount of detectives, and I don't know that that's the case right now. And it's not the fault of anyone, really.
Right.
It's just the natural ramifications of the contracts, which is having these contracts is a good thing, but we definitely have to work together to make sure that we staff our precincts with the right amount of detectives. I think that's one of the reasons why maybe we did see a decrease in crime. We had our detectives staffed properly, and the flow was really there. And although we needed these contracts signed, and I'm happy that they're all done and taken care of, the unintended consequence here, to nobody's fault, has to be addressed. So we'll work together on that.
It will. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, it's my turn. All right. In your report on the major crime, I'm a little confused because when you talk about the criminal sexual act and sexual abuse, it seems that the crimes are down 50%. But it is my understanding that, like with SVU, they have seen an increase in cases. Is that something different?
So SVU covers a wide range. It's just not sexual abuse. It's not just rape. It depends what category we're looking at. These are the major crime categories, and we saw a reduction last year. We're seeing a reduction again this year. The Safe Center, along with Carlo, they get a lot of times someone that reports and does not want to be public about it, and maybe the number. So they might have cases, a lot of them mostly domestic, that they're handling that we may not have the number on. And again, that's the privacy of the victims in those cases.
Oh, so it's not necessarily that these things are not happening. It's just that, and I know 30%, I think it is, of assaults get reported and whatever, because it is, the victims don't want to come forward. They don't, for whatever reason. So these are just actually those, like, the really horrific crimes, sexual crimes, are down 50%, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. And your SVU does a wonderful job.
Thank you.
And we are, how many officers are we, because you currently
I
have 8.
just added a brand-new detective into SVS. Somebody wanted to get out of the child pornography is tough business, moved to a different section of SVS, and we brought a new officer in. And he's also a translator, so it works for us.
Good, because I think that'll, be a big plus. Crossing guards. Where are we with them, and has the fact that we increased, the administration increased their pay to $30 an hour, have we seen more people applying and accepting the jobs?
So, full-time, total crossing guards, we have 415 right now. We have roughly about 400 crossings a day. So in math, it covers it, but it doesn't, because you have sick leave, people don't come in, they're part-timers. So we are at a point where we're not, very rare circumstances, are we paying overtime to the police officer now to cover that post. You're going to get a storm, it's going to happen. They're not coming in, and sometimes the schools will close or not close. We still got to cover that crossing to make sure all the kids know. So we'll put a police officer on it. But we're continued to hire. We just hired another group of 12 last week. I think they go out this week. They do a week in the academy, and then they go out and they start working. So we continue to hire. We're still at $30 an hour. We're heavily recruiting, but we are covered as far as our posts go, actually over in the coverage. But mathematically, it looks nice, but it doesn't actually add up at the end of the day.
So we've actually reduced the times that we actually put a police officer at a crossing. Because I know that either you have somebody, you pay them overtime, or you might move somebody from their another post and put them there. They're not.
It got away from us, so we would have to hold over a night guy to cover the crossing in the morning on overtime. But the reality is, and then we would still we're permissible up to 6 people in total for the entire precinct to take and cover a crossing at different times, and it's for the hour. But you cannot leave that crossing. They are dedicated to that spot because the kids come first. But the numbers are much better now because of the dollars that are out there, and we continue to hire every day.
Perfect. All right. The medics, they got they ended up getting an increase and whatever, so, where are we with them?
So they got an increase, they got a contract. We just hired, I think it's 15 that we just hired the other day. That gets us about where the number should be. But we lose through attrition, we lose through sick leave, we lose through many other reasons. So we continue to push and hire. With the new contract and what was negotiated before that with the contract, we believe our hiring is going to become a lot easier.
Okay, and then, and I know though, because they're like by themselves in the cab, can we still have a discussion about maybe one day having it so that there's more than one?
I believe that county executives and the unions have them discussions quite often.
Perfect, I really appreciate it. All right, and then, okay. With the wellness, I have to just comment on your wellness, I guess it's the wellness program, and I think that came from Legislator Bino in dealing, the concern over the police officers, and especially after they have involvement, like, in some crimes and whatever. So, are we still, like, I think you're gonna have another wellness program where you're bringing people in from all over. Does a wellness program, because I know they're volunteers, is there any consideration to maybe have this where it's a particular department with officers assigned to that specifically, and that's just basically what they do?
We are actually looking at redesigning it a little bit. They've done an outstanding job. Every event is sold out.
Yeah.
And we give them, credit if they go, if somebody from the department. So we're giving them every reason to attend, not to attend. And again, like I said, every event is sold out. The wellness program is doing very, very well, and we're actually looking at some things that we could tweak to make it better as far as structure inside it.
Perfect, I like that. My last thing is, I had residents that asked me about, because those cars that travel around, is that Operation Overwatch?
That is Operation Overwatch. So in 4 zones, which is on the radio frequency, so example, 1 and 7, 4 and 5, 6 and 3, and 2 and 8. They have 4 additional cars and a supervisor, so they ride in a rotation of 5. In the past several days, we've broken them up for the coverage of our synagogues and yeshivas during the week to make sure that we're covering. So we're breaking them up and utilizing them to get extra coverage out there. They're a force multiplier that the county exec wanted to see, that, giving people back their comfort level when crime was spiking as of sometime last year. So it was a way to bring back that comfort level. And now with the acts that have occurred overseas in Jerusalem, you will see that is going to be, again, pushed out really hard from the county exec side of things, making sure that when you go to pray, you pray in peace.
But are they gonna be by synagogues and houses of worship, or?
All houses of worship. So Fridays are heavy.
So they won't be driving around,
They'll actually be sitting. We've broken some of them up, yes.
Right, oh, okay, that's.
Yeah. And then during the day,
Yeah.
I don't want to say normal times, but normaler times, they rotate from school to school, so they ride around the school areas, right? During the public schools, on a Monday to Friday. Well, we also now, again, with the yeshivas that are out there, we're covering them. But on Friday, it's a big prayer time for the Muslim community. Saturday is our Sabbath, and Sunday is the Christian. So we bounce between the 3 and making sure intelligence-led policing is the only way to police in this country, to do it right and do it fairly. And we tried to spread it out using those assets in the right way.
Perfect, all right. That's it. Commissioner, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I really appreciate your presentation and taking the time to answer all our questions. Thank you very much. Do you need?
Thank you.
No? Okay. We are now gonna, Sheriff LaRocca for corrections.
And Commissioner, please pass a thank you on to all your
I will.
officers and to all our other officers throughout, DAI, SOA.
Right.
so
And
on so
CSEA. our
forth.
nine-
CSEA.
all
Never
of them,
forget
yeah.
'em.
Crossing guards, medics, everybody. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Do an excellent job.
Okay, thank you. This is yours.
Mike's hot. I think the mic is hot. How you doing?
Good afternoon, thank you very much. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the legislative body. I am Sheriff LaRocco, and this is Spizzato, Commissioner of Corrections. We are happy to announce that the COBA contract was ratified by 80% of the membership, which will be presented to you for consideration for approval. Thanks to the county executive, working with the unions, now both the civilians and sworn members of the Sheriff's Department have current contracts after over 6 years without one. The new contracts will help with morale by recognizing the difficult jobs done every day by all the members to keep our officers safe, our community safe, and the inmates safe. The Commissioner and I have met with the OMB and are satisfied with the budget as it's submitted. We anticipate swearing in a new class of 25 correction officers in November. In addition, we recently promoted. On the capital side of the budget, the long-awaited 832 building project, roof and HVAC systems, is out to bid and will be back on November 10th. In addition to the facility-wide camera project, which is underway to enhance safety, security of our employees and inmates. We're open for any questions now. Quick.
All right, that was quick. And
Yes.
Thank you very much, but actually, thank you for answering. I was going to ask about the roof and the air
Right.
conditioning. And, you know, so November 10th is that the companies right now that are bidding, and then you will select
Well,
an actual?
by November 10th, the bidding will be closed, and we'll see who's on the bidding list.
Right, okay,
Right.
so, and then you'll make your determination as to who you will award the contract to?
Well, I guess would the Office of Emergency, Office of Budgeting make that decision?
Well, we have a walkthrough on October 16th with all the potential bidders.
Okay.
They're going to come to the jail to, access it, look around.
Right. So, all right, so then they all have to respond by November 10th,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
If they're interested in how much they feel that they could do the job for, correct?
That is
Correct.
And the time frame. So from once they respond to November 10th, what is the process so that a contract can be awarded?
Well, at
And
that
how
point,
long do you think it would take?
at that point, it goes to purchasing, and they do that. We're not involved in that process at all. You know, once the bid goes out, and they'll keep us posted on who wins the bid.
Okay,
Our last roll is the walkthrough, and we show them everything.
okay. All right, well, at least we're making progress to some degree. But, no, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then, the tests, so you're gonna have a class of 25 going in November, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then you're slated next year to have 2 other classes?
Correct.
Is there any way to try to increase? I mean, how many correction officers are we down by? I mean, because it's more than 25.
I believe right now we
50.
have about 770 correction
Right.
officers.
And what is the optimal number?
Probably the budgeted amount is probably, closer to 800?
All right, but you'll have retirements, right?
Right, through attrition, we'll lose quite a bit.
Yeah.
Should probably 50 people over a year's span.
Yeah, because with congratulations, by the way, on the contract with the correction officers. I think it's, it's very key.
Absolutely.
But, does that boost then the starting salary of, I guess tomorrow, it'll be discussed in
Right.
committees, correct?
Right.
But it does actually increase the
Right.
starting salaries for correction officers?
Absolutely, and over the top pay being, of course, increased also.
All right,
So it'll be more attractive of a job. Hopefully, getting people to take the test and make it a lot easier.
Right, and then what about like, the time frame? I know their steps seem to go where they get top pay seem to be a lot longer than other law enforcement.
Well, I believe,
Have we shortened that at all?
well, no, not at all. I believe it's still at 15 years, I believe now.
Wow, okay.
What they did was they expedited some of the amounts of the raises in the middle steps.
Right.
So the start step will like 25 will from 37 will go up to 41,000, but the steps they'll get more money with those first initial raises.
The beginning steps?
Yes.
Rather than waiting to the end?
Yeah, so in like the first, like from year 2 to like 6, you'll see a bigger increase.
It'll be more front-loaded than,
Right, and then, rather
Right.
than backloaded, and then
Right.
within a certain amount of time, then they'll reach the actual top pay. What is gonna be the new top pay?
for an officer, I believe it's 115 or 120?
That's 118.
Is it, was it 124? I don't think we have the actual numbers yet.
Okay.
It's
All
kind of
right,
hard to say.
tomorrow you'll have them,
Yeah.
you know, so which is
Right.
good. All right, and, just, can you just briefly, because I know that we spoke, but I think just, you know, basically with the issues that were brought to our attention in regard to, some of the inmates at the jail and some of the concerns that they had echoed to the Civil Liberties Union. Whatever you could say on record
Yeah.
would be appreciated, just give us a better understanding
Sure.
of what had happened and to allay some of the concerns.
Well, basically, since the halt and the bail reform, we have a more difficult class of inmates that come, the higher bails. So, but we also have another problem. We have about 30% of our inmates are gang members, and then we also have like about 100 inmates that have a lot of keep separates. They're in the same cases. They can't be together. But the reason we opened up a tier in our linear tier building, and we did that because we have a lot of inmates that, not a lot, but a few inmates that were assaultive to staff, assaultive to other inmates, and we're kind of limited to what we can do based on the new rules. So what I did was I opened up a tier, and I limited what they're allowed to do. So basically, like they have the minimum standards is what it is. They get everything they're required to get. It's the extra stuff. So like whether it's commissary or more time on the phone. And again, a couple of the things they had said was this plexiglass. It's not true. All the cells are opened. Where the officers walk, there's a guard walk. We put plexiglass on that because a few of the inmates were throwing feces and urine. So their cells are open, but where they come out is what we did to block that. Stuff like that. As far as but they are getting cups. There's a couple of allegations that that we use tasers. We don't even have tasers, so that's not true. But but listen, any specific case, like I told you, I'd be more than happy to look into it for you. But these are they're difficult to manage. We only have so much space we had a lot in the past of medium inmates based on classification. All of our inmates now are max inmates, so they can only be in specific areas. I can't use the dorms, so I lose a lot of housing space. They have to be either in a pod setting or in a linear tier setting. So we have 10 inmates now that are in a specific area. We review it every 7 days. When the inmates go in, the supervisor speaks to them, lets them know what they're getting and what they can have and what they can't have. We meet regularly. My captains and the investigative units meet to see. We start them off in the back end of the tier and move them up to the front end of the tier, and then they gradually come off. So this is just a way to try to combat. Listen, officers are assaulted and inmates are being assaulted. We have 200 gang members, and so they're trying to rule the dorm. So we're moving them into one place that we can monitor. We have a camera there that when they move around. Basically, we're just trying to stop the assaults on staff. We're doing we have to protect the inmates and we have to protect the officers.
I understand that with the violence. So, and it is my understanding that you do file, paperwork in regard to any inmate that is sent to this tier or disciplined in any way.
Correct.
And that an inmate has the right to file a grievance via New York State, and they will then reach out to you to get a record of what has happened.
Yeah, when something happens, if you assault an officer or you're in a fight, you're assault another inmate, we'll do a lock-in, what's called. We have a it's a triplicate form. We fill it out. The inmate knows why they're locked in. We speak to them. We keep that for the state because they do have a lot of avenues to change that. They basically they can call the district attorney's hotline, which they all have, Civil Liberties. They can call the state directly. They grieve it to us. we either accept or deny the grievance, then they go up to the state calls us, they have their own committees, the state that does an investigation, and plus we do multiple layers of an investigation ourselves. If there's an incident, the officers have to write reports, and then we have a separate supervisor that reads it through, up through the captain, that, reviews everything, and we're constantly reviewing it. I think the calls that the Civil Liberties is getting is more that they don't like being secluded where they are. Their movement is, they're escorted by supervisors. They don't walk alone. They lose some of the things that we give inmates that are, behaving. So this is more of a way to get them to try to behave, but they're still getting everything they deserve by the state. It's just that it's a way to try to help their behavior.
Hi.
How you doing?
Yeah, so referring to what the chairwoman was talking about in terms of the notifications that we got, you said that if an inmate has a complaint, there are numbers that they can call. One of the things that we were told was that there's a lack of an ability to make calls. So can you tell me how that happens?
That's not the case. See, normally when the inmates are allowed out, say like on this tier, they're allowed out 7 hours a day, and throughout the day we lock in for different reasons, for counts, for meals. They can make 3 10-minute phone calls. They can, but minus that, they can call whenever if they tell us they want to speak to a hotline, we let them use the phone. We're not blocking the phone. We're blocking the times they can use it. They'll tell us they need to do it, and we bring them to the phone. That's not true. They might be talking about family members and being able to talk all day like they can. That they can't do on this floor.
Oh, okay. Maybe
so they have
that's what
access to the
reference
phone
was.
privileges, but not as long as they want. We limit the amount of phone calls they can make.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Legislator Georgie Whitten.
I'm glad to hear that you're putting the cameras out, because I went on a tour with the interns, and it was very interesting. Actually,
Yeah.
They loved going to jail. It was like their favorite part of the whole summer. They loved it. And everyone did an incredible job of giving them a true impression of everything from a difficult inmate and how they would take them out of their cell. They really did a good job. But I was concerned because one of the things that was mentioned is how when they lock the doors or something, there's only one correction officer in the room at the time, and when it gets to the end, they do some kind of phone call or something to let you know that this is a correction officer.
This is a complaint from the corrections?
No, it wasn't a complaint, but they were just mentioning how they go down the line and they just lock everything, and then at the end there's some thing that they do to let everyone know that everyone's locked in or something. But there's no camera, so if there's only one correction officer in that room when they're getting, when they're locking the various jail cells, it just, to me, I don't know how it can't have cameras. So I'm very happy that you're getting them for the safety of the correction officer as well as.
The correction officer, they do a great job. They're trained for that. We, in each pod, we have one officer. In each pod, we have 2 in our bubble, which is our secure station. A lot of it's done through the microphone. We'll tell the inmates to lock in, or we open their gates. They go in and out. But the cameras are more for just for the. We're probably one of the only few facilities that don't have them. Right. And County Executive Blakeman from day one said he supported putting them in. So we're cameraing the whole entire facility.
I think that is so smart because I guess if it was 2 people in that room taking care of the doors, then I could say, okay, well, at least there's 2 people, but if it's only one person taking care of the doors, I could just see someone being over.
Well, there's a little confusion. See, the doors are controlled by not the person in the room is there for security. He doesn't control any of the doors. They're controlled by the bubble. That's powered. It's all.
He walks down and makes sure everybody's in. And
he looks and he hits a patrol every 15 minutes or every half hour, depending what classification you are. But he doesn't open or close doors.
Okay. But anyway, I'm glad that you're putting cameras all over. The other thing I was thinking about, I understand that the correction officers might not be offered some of the same advantages that some of the police officers are offered as far as mental health, the opportunities. Do you have anything in Commissioner Ryder was just mentioning that they all have, what was the form? I forget. It's, the mental health ability, for any police officer, can
Well, we have, I mean, I'm not sure you.
There is one.
We have, when every officer comes onto the job, we give them a full mental health training. Every year, we do in-service, we do a refresher course.
But maybe like a counseling.
We have an EAP, we have an employee assistance program that people speak to if they're, and
Okay.
so,
So you
you know,
do have that
he does a great job. We have that, we have a guy that full-time on that, they can speak to him, plus they can go to the county. We have that in place, we've had it in place for years.
Maybe we can do like a little bit of a better, not, I'm sure you're doing a good job, but just a better job of letting the employees know.
They know. I mean, I'm not sure why everybody knows we have an EAP number, they can call them. You know, it's all confidential, obviously. We have an HR supervisor that oversees that in case they have to go into a program, which, you know, we're not told that. I'm just asked to let someone's he's going to be out of work for a month, you know, but they don't get into the details.
What we were talking about it wasn't even like anyone was, I think I asked the question, but it just would be good to have like a stress management, maybe like not as much of like a high level like that, maybe just more of a stress management, program available, because, you know, they're in there a lot and they're overtime and everything else.
Yep.
Yeah,
we utilize our EAP for that. We have staff in there, so that's what they do. But if any, you know, I'd be more than happy to look into something further, but we do that now.
I think it'd be important because I think, you know, just in the couple hours that I was there, you know, it's a tough atmosphere, and I think it would be good to maybe start it before it's a real problem, like someone has to seek real help, but just maybe do some kind of stress management. And the last thing, again, for morale, I know Chairwoman Ford, who we discussed having something along the lines of Top Cop, which would just recognize them for some of the things that they do.
We're in the process of that now. We have we brought one of the new deputy undersheriffs, Tom Sullivan, has been he's here today. He's been working on with the unions to do all previous years that we didn't give out awards. He's getting stuff, you know, from all the supervisors, and we'll be eventually presenting that here.
That's so important, you know, and your guys were great. They were really positive, and they you know, very professional. And I elicited some of it, but you know, they really weren't. It wasn't like they were complaining to me. They were really proud of what they did. They were great with the kids. I remember one of the kids was like, "When did you decide to become a correction officer?" And it was just kind of interesting to see their reactions to it.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but it's a tough job.
Very tough.
And if we can do anything to make it easier for them.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that what Legislator Georgie Whitten, when we were there, when we walked around, we talked about perhaps maybe modeling, trying to like mimic what the police department does with their wellness committee, that where you can get some volunteers and follow what they do, where they do a whole approach to, I guess, an officer, you know, and to help them deal with stresses, anxiety, well, whatever can impact. And I agree with Delia. You know, they are locked away. You know, they're in the facility along with inmates. And, you know, I think that they do deserve, you know, to be able to have something added as well. Anything that we can do to help them with their jobs, I think is very, very important. And I'm glad that we're addressing the buildings. I'm glad that we're getting the cameras in. We're looking to see what else we can do for the officers. And I agree, whenever I'm there, they're always very positive, they're very accommodating. You could see how professional they are and the way that they do the jobs. Even over the years when things weren't so great, there was water coming down and whatever. So I'm very thankful for everything that has been done for them. But I think and we're bringing more officers in, but I honestly think we need to take a look at this and see if you can follow that model, because it has been something that has been implemented with the police department, and it has proven to be very successful, because yes, there are officers that come from across the country to go and attend these seminars. So I would urge you, I think next week they're gonna have it again.
Yep.
So I would urge you to at least, you know, pop in and see what it's about, and hopefully you'll see that this may be something, rather than create something new, you just follow it, and whatever we could do, because, you know, we do owe a debt of gratitude to all of the correction officers that work there, that work for us, and work with some of the toughest people, criminals in the world, because when you hear about the problems that they have, the assaults and everything else that can happen, they really have exhibited true bravery and true courage and true professionalism in the job that they do. So we thank them. Okay, is that it? Oh, Legislator Walker.
I really just wanted to add, I'm very happy to hear the positive things that we're doing, and hopefully we'll continue to get more correction officers. My big concern too is when we have to have correction officers work overtime and, kind of mandated overtime, and for some of them, I'm sure it's nice they get a little extra money, but I always worry then too that that's when mistakes can happen. People get tired, they've worked a whole shift, now they have to work another shift. You don't want to see something happen just because they've had to work so long. And so the more we can do, the more, more that we can get there to be of help to them, and all the things that you're doing in a positive way. Just want to thank you for that, and anything that we can do to help you all too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation and answering our questions.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Bye now.
We are finished. This hearing is over.